challenge is not ready? Good? All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop, March 4th, 2020. The time is 7:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to the same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving our nation's armed forces and its first responders. Thank you. We'll start with public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Good evening. Just make sure the mic is on, please. Just make sure the light is on at the bottom of the stem.
Thank you.
Sir, give your name and address, please,
Yes,
again.
Joseph Ferranti, 610 Hillcrest Road.
Thank you.
I'm here to commend the council and you particularly, Mayor, for a very comprehensive and forceful letter to the state DOT on behalf of the issues surrounding the Glenwood Road railroad crossing. I believe it goes some of the way, at least, toward making up for some lost time and lost ground. I hope it gets their attention. One of the points you raise in the letter has to do with a plan that has been in existence, apparently, for almost 50 years for widening Glenwood Road. That's a little disappointing that nothing was ever surfaced before and that we've had that potential around for quite some time. I'm wondering whether or not the council will put that plan on the website so that the citizens can avail themselves of it and become better informed about that option. Because as we all know, that's probably the strongest case we can make for maintaining the two-way road. Thank you again for the work. We'll certainly be on your side and with you as you develop a good relationship with the state. It's going to be necessary, and particularly the county that you mentioned in your letter too, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Gail McCarthy, 153 Hope Street. I haven't seen you all in a while. And I'm sorry I didn't get to the budget meeting on Monday. I'm here as the new chairperson of the Cashon Memorial Band Shell. Band Shell is the centerpiece of summer nights in Ridgewood since 1958, and we hope everyone in Ridgewood will take advantage of our amazing concerts this summer. I'm going to read this, so I'm sorry. The passing of our longtime chairperson and dedicated volunteer, Joe Delaney, in January leaves a large void in our community. But it is our committee's goal to make this summer the best one ever in her honor. 4 generations of the Delaney family live here in Ridgewood. And they also hope to honor her in a special way, and they'll be in touch with us, and we'll get in touch with all of you as well. Joe loved everything about summer evenings at the Shell and was most appreciative of the village's financial support every year for the Shell, along with local businesses in Ridgewood who contribute year after year. We do have many sponsors coming back, as well as some new ones that have come on board. As Joe often reminded us, it is truly a community service to Ridgewood and the surrounding towns, and very much appreciated by all of those who attend our summer concerts. We will be announcing our lineups shortly, and we will send all of our information to the village so that we can get it up on the website. Concert season starts June 2nd, and we go every Tuesday and Thursday night through August 6th. You can like us on Facebook and Instagram, and I'm sure Joe will take care of the weather Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Have a quiet crowd tonight, all right. So we'll close public comments. Just wanted to add to Mr. Ferrante, oh, he's gone. Just an update, had a good discussion today with the one of the supervisors of roads for the county, just to bring to their attention that NJDOT never consulted with the county regarding the potential of dumping 2,400 vehicles onto not one but 5 different county roads. So again, all that we have asked in the letter that we agreed to send to NJDOT was to have a complete conversation with everyone, all the stakeholders, and bring everybody together to come up with a plan that makes sense. What's being proposed right now does not make sense, so we're hoping that they will be willing to have a discussion with us. And I know that Assemblyman Christopher DePhillips has been working as well in trying to get these guys to the table, so I'm hopeful that we'll have a follow-up meeting with them sometime shortly. All right.
Manager's report. Hudson Street Garage, I want to let everyone know that the crane will be moving into the street as of March 9th, and it will be there until March 20th. So Hudson Street will be closed 24/7 from March 9th to March 20th. Village Council candidate packets are available in the Village Clerk's office. The completed forms are due to the Village Clerk's office by next Monday, March 9th at 4 p.m. There are 3 Village Council seats up for election. If you'd like to be a poll worker on Election Day, it's $200 for the day, which is 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. If you're interested, please call the Bergen County Board of Elections. Parking kiosks are being installed throughout the Central Business District, and meters are being removed. Age-Friendly Ridgewood has 2 presentations coming up. One is Medicare 101, which will be presented by Sheila Brogan on Wednesday, April 22nd at 6:30 p.m. in the library. The other one is Mary Cregan will speak about her book, The Scar, A Personal History of Depression and Recovery, on May 6th at 7 p.m. at the library. The Weight Loss Challenge kickoff, the Mayor's Wellness Campaign, Ridgewood Health Department, Fitness Academy, Health Barn USA, and the Valley Hospital have joined together to make our village the healthiest it can be. The challenge kickoff will be held on Monday, March 9th at Village Hall. To register for the challenge, please call 1-877-283-2276. The U.S. Census Bureau is currently hiring workers for the 2020 census. The positions are temporary with varying pay ranges, but the pay does start at $19 an hour. If you are interested in a job, please visit the Census Bureau job site to apply. Recreation programs, time to tone it up, fitness class, Wednesday evening starting March 18th from 4:45 to 5:45 p.m. in the Youth Lounge of the Community Center. Introduction to Beekeeping is a half-day seminar from 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Frank Mortimer, adjunct instructor at Cornell University Master Beekeeping Program, will present this. It's designed for people that have never kept bees before. Students will gain a basic understanding of what is needed to safely, productively, and enjoyably begin keeping bees. This training date is new, Sunday, April 5th. It has just been scheduled. We're starting a new pilot program, food waste recycling program. The U.S. EPA estimates that more food reaches landfills and incinerators than any other single material in our everyday trash. We pay to send the food to the landfill, and costs are increasing. To better understand the impact that a food waste recycling program could have on the village, the Ridgewood Division of Recycling will soon begin a small pilot program. Participating residents will be offered 2 days of the week to deliver food scraps to the recycling center, and in turn the recycling team will bring the material to a facility that will turn the food scraps into compost. Program information and a digital application will be available in the next 2 to 3 weeks and will be advertised on the village website, the Recycle Coach mobile application, the recycling Facebook page, and other areas. If you are interested in participating as one of the participants for this program, please keep an eye out in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and please volunteer. Sunday, April 19th is Earth Day Fair and Daffodil Festival at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. This year's Earth Day theme is 2020, Act Now for a Green Ridgewood. It will have various importance about sustainability and showcases how Green Ridgewood assists the village in going green. Saturday, April 25th, will be mobile shredding event from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Graydon Pool parking lot. It's free to Ridgewood residents and businesses only. You can watch as your documents are shredded on camera. And as soon as the truck is filled, though, it is over. So my advice is get there early. The Ridgewood Water Utility and the Ridgewood Glenrock League of Women Voters will host a public forum entitled Healthy Lawn, Healthy Planet. Featured guest speakers will present information on what a beautiful lawn really needs, how fertilizers, weed killers, and pesticides affect our environment, and what less expensive alternatives are available. This will take place on March 24th at 7 p.m. at the Thielke Arboretum, 460 Doremus Avenue in Glen Rock. Light refreshments will be served, and it's open to the public. Village Council upcoming meetings, they're all televised and also streamed. The dates are March 11th, which is 8 o'clock p.m. That's the public meeting. We'll have the introduction of the 2020 budget at that meeting. March 25th is the Village Council Public Work Session at 7:30 p.m. And then there's another work session on April 1st at 7:30 p.m. And then I just want to remind everyone that this coming Sunday, March 8th, Daylight Savings Time begins, so we all set our clocks ahead 1 hour.
All right, thank you. Move on to council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, next Tuesday is a Shade Tree Commission meeting, 7:30, downstairs in the garden room, and that's all I have to report.
All right.
Told you it was brief.
Short and sweet.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Sure. Planning Board met here in this courtroom last evening at 7:30. The Planning Board reviewed two site plan. It was actually courtesy review site plans for the Shedler House and the Graydon bathroom. Both of those are historic designated sites, and so the Planning Board agreed that both were appropriate. And we reviewed two ordinances. Both of those ordinances are coming back to this Village Council for adoption. And I think we had an NJ Futures presentation, and NV5, Neil Desai, who's also here this evening, did a presentation on the visioning process and the master plan process, and this evening he'll be doing the same, and so we look forward to that, and we have our master plan subcommittee, and we'll introduce those folks later. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh.
So I don't have anything for the chamber, but the library representatives are here tonight, and they're going to do a presentation on the upcoming application. So that's all I have. Short and sweet.
And we're flying through. Councilman Voigt.
Thank you, Mayor. CSAC met on February 19th. A couple of things out of the meeting. There was strong support for the sidewalks along West Glen up to North Monroe. Also strong support for upgrading the light on North Monroe and West Glen. We will be interviewing candidates for the CSAC opening the evening of March 10th. There are 2 candidates to be interviewed. If people are interested, feel free to file. It's nice to see that the guardrail on Glenwood Ave bypass near the train station has finally been fixed by NJDOT. It took them 3 years to do it, but that's good progress. Interestingly, all of the businesses in Hohokus signed a petition. I sent it to you, Mayor, and I sent it to Heather. Feel free to pass it along to the other council people. Every business in Hohokus wants to keep that bypass 2-way, so that's nice to see that there's support for that. Bike safety, educational efforts, and sidewalk riding are to be addressed by middle schools this spring. There was some concern expressed by members of CSAC regarding a proposal that's under discussion to expand the facilities at Ridgewood High School, which I think includes a 1,000-seat auditorium and some of the potential traffic issues on Ridgewood Ave. I think that's evolving, so we'll certainly keep our eye on that. Community Center Advisory Board met the same day on February 19th. Upcoming events are on the 17th of April at 7:30 p.m., a 6th grade pizza. On the 18th of April, 3 to 5 p.m., a table tennis tournament, all ages. May 1st, 7:30 p.m., a silent disco. May 20th, 5th grade step up, which is for 6:30 p.m. for Ben Franklin and 8 p.m. for George Washington. On the 30th of May, there will be a senior breakfast with entertainment at Graydon Pool at 10:30 in the morning, and the rain date is May 31st at 11:30 a.m. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing to report today, so we'll move on to the presentations. The first presentation that we have tonight, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, is NV5, going over the visioning process. This is a very exciting time for the village, and I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for all the work that she's done, along with the other members of the visioning process of the Master Plan Committee. And I know we have Melanie Huban, we have Diane O'Brien, and Richard Joel, who's also the chairman of the Planning Board, with us tonight. So I want to thank them specifically, because not only are they here to help with the presentation, but they sat through this presentation last night for quite some time. So I appreciate you being here again to get to listen to the second time. I don't think it's going to change much. I think it's going to be but but thank you. Yeah.
So do you have everything you need, your clicker?
Yeah, I'll let the master plan subcommittee, if they would like to say something first, or I can just continue, start, whichever you prefer.
So once again, we'll introduce Richard Joel, Chairman of the Board, Diane O'Brien, Melanie Hubin, Planning Board members, and we've been on the Master Plan Subcommittee now for 2.5 years, something like that, and it's been a thoughtful, long and thoughtful process, but if you'll want to speak and say something and talk about that before Neil gets started, that would be great.
It was a very long and deliberative process. It took a while to get it organized and then get going. And Neil did a great job. He touched community in so many different ways, and contact and postcards and workshops and emails and surveys and questionnaires. So it was a really thorough job to get all input from all around, and then to take that information and synthesize it to come up with this visioning plan. It's quite a feat, and a lot of hours went into it by Neil, the subcommittee, and we're proud of it. I think it's a good job, and we'll get to hear it tonight.
Okay.
Melanie or Diane? Okay. So, and again, as we work through this process, because we're not finished, but we're here tonight, and I'm sure everybody here tonight and at home, everybody, this is a really exciting opportunity for the village. So, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Neil Desai. I'm a senior planner at NV5, and I've been working with Ridgewood, the Master Plan Subcommittee, along with members of my team who are not here, Annette Schultz and Rachna Sheth. I was here last night, and I'm giving a version of the same presentation. I have some points I'd like to shift around because I realize I think it would be good to have a few points made ahead of time when I kind of made them at the end of the process. I'm glad to have met. I think I've had the opportunity to meet all the council folks here. I think Councilwoman Walsh at the Chamber of Commerce Committee meeting, Councilman Voigt and Seaton, I believe, at the what's the name of the green?
CSAC. You met at CSAC with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that the abbreviation stand for?
Citizen Safety Advisory Committee.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Great. And then there was the green team, which is also, is that the right term for it now, or is it Environmental Advisory Committee?
Yeah, it's two committees. It's the Green Team and Green Ridgewood. So
Okay,
everybody's
great.
green.
Yeah. So I'm glad I met everybody, and that goes to show that there was a lot of it takes a lot of time to kind of develop relationships with people in a town you're working in. It really takes time, and so I think that's a good segue from what the chair was just talking about of our timeline. We started this in summer of 2018, and it's taken a year and a half to 2 years to almost 2 years to get to this point. And because when you start working in a community, it takes time to promote a process, and that's really important. Fortunately, we didn't have a deadline we're working up against. Some states have deadlines where if you haven't done a master plan in 10 years, or you have to do a master plan every 10 years or every 6 years. We don't have any such deadlines in terms of completing this plan, so we're able to take our time to do this very carefully and make sure the word is getting out. And for folks at home, especially the website visionridgewood.org has been the central internet presence for the project. And I show you the visioning and the master plan process together because, in a sense, where we've arrived at now is we've actually, the final report is actually part of the master plan. So it's not just the vision, the summary of the visioning process and the synthesis of what we found of that. It's also a piece of the master plan, and I think that's a good way to structure it, because otherwise you would have a separate document that's the visioning process, and you'd have to start the master plan process in a kind of a separate document in a separate process. And so this is integrated into one, at least the beginning of the master plan process. And I want to show you quickly the timeline of the next steps for we need to have some shifting around, but we're here today, yesterday with the Planning Board to provide a preliminary report to the Planning Board first, and also this presentation to Council, just to kind of get this first round of review before we move the document into the public review and get comments from the Ridgewood community. And so we have a timeline which we're going to. I think one of the things we originally have anticipated Monday, March 9th, being the date we release this to the public, but we realize there's some work to be done, because we want to have a comment form for people to fill out if as they. Rather than have an open-ended, okay, what do you like to say? We would want to kind of guide the feedback, because there's certain things we want to learn from the community as we review this document, and so we want to take time with the master plan subcommittee to review that, come up with this comment form, come up with a draft of that already, and we hope to get that put on the website soon, so that when we do launch, there will be kind of a mechanism for people to launch. And we'll also have hard copies available, and also for people who prefer either to look at hard copy documents or aren't able to, they'll be able to respond to provide feedback in non-online ways as well. This is a really important chart. This is the master plan. This is taking a lot of rules and regulations that come from the state of New Jersey and putting it into a chart to talk about what a master plan is and what are the required parts of a master plan as this per the state rules, and what are the optional elements. And so on the left column you'll see is the required elements. There's something called in pink, it's highlighted in the pink box, it's called the statement of objectives. And I highlight that because that's the piece of the required piece of the master plan that this document, this preliminary draft, contains. And so that's why we're calling it the first section of the Village of Ridgewood Master Plan, because it contains that required section. And that section is really what the whole purpose of this process has been, to derive principles, values that are going to guide the future of Ridgewood. And then there's as you go on, there's the different, it's a very structured format they have in terms of the organization and the content of the document. And so I want to make that clear that this is not just a very simple report. It needs to fit into a regulatory required structure. And so there's a lot of guidance within the document in how to get that done. And so just in short, the visioning process has informed already this first section, which is highlighted the statement of objectives, and that's included in this document. But it also informs these optional elements: circulation, open space, recreation, and that's up to the village which ones are, the really important optional elements they'd like to re-examine and to move ahead with. And so we have a lot of content from the visioning process that has already started to provide some values, goals, priorities within those different subjects in the optional elements. And I think I also want to underscore that the visioning process. Technically, this is not. It doesn't end. I mean, there's more engagement that happens in the master plan, because we're operating at a very broad level here. This is the first time in 30 years that there's been this big community engagement process. I do recall, back in 1983, I believe there was a survey, a community-wide survey done at that time also to inform the master plan. And so we're coming at this 30 years later, and we want to get a sense at a very broad level what the values and the principles and the priorities are for moving forward. All right. This gave me some trouble yesterday. So, and to kind of reiterate what I just said, the visioning outcomes were the values, principles, and priorities, and that's what we see within this document as we go through some parts of it. The visioning process was geared towards providing overall direction for the master plan, and that's the priorities and the priority topics and principles, and then also decision-making filters, and these are the core values that come out of it, and other principles. And when we start looking into the document, we'll start to look at what those principles are. And I want to also highlight we've done a lot of different ways to reach out to people, and we've done the visioning questionnaire. We had an online Map Your Vision tool that people could use online to plot out different points on a map. There was focus groups we had with a range of people. We even reached out to high school students and had a focus group with Ridgewood high school students to make sure we reach a younger demographic as well, as best as we can. There was an Instagram, also an account, by the way, that to kind of, at least as a mind, to promote to other people who use that. And so what I want to point out in this slide here is that on the report section of the visionridgewood.org website, we have all of these summaries of all of these different methods that we use to engage people, so that we didn't just do these methods and then just come up with this report. These are the kind of the interim work products that fed into this document that we're going to be looking at today. And as far as with respect to the focus groups, there's a section on the website called Village Voices. For example, this one is talking about the downtown dialogues, where we had a little focus group with downtown business owners, property owners, and so the summaries of all of these focus groups are on the Village Voices section of the website, so people can see what the results of those are, and when they so that when they review the document, they see, if they can see where this comes from, and this is a very important kind of interim step in getting to this document, is communicating the results of each of these products. All right. Okay, so now I want to get to the actual preliminary draft, and so I'm not gonna read every single word. I'm just going to go through I'm going to touch upon the main kind of things I'd like you to know about this document. I think I want to, if you happen to go through this document and have any corrections and any factual things you see that are incorrect, definitely take a note of that, and want to make sure that we integrate if there are any typos and things. We did our best job to go over them, but before we go public, we want to make sure it's as clean as possible. And if there are any significant points, we can talk about those, some of those today, of course. But I wanted to start with. I'm going to just read out what it's in a later section. But one of the main objectives of this master plan, and again, this is the first section of it, so we haven't really developed the full master plan. But this section called the Statement of Objectives, which I'll show you on the screen a little later, but I'm going to read out because it's pretty important. It says the primary objective of this master plan is to guide future decision-making and the planning and deployment of public and private efforts and investments in the village. And so that's a really important statement. That's a big deal. So the master plan, though it's certainly not a legal document, it's not a series of laws, it's policy. It's a really important guide, and I want to emphasize that word. It's a guide of future decision-making in how the village, and not only the village as a public entity, but also, hopefully private entities as well can see what the master plan, see what the vision, what's embodied in the master plan, and try to find ways that the private entities could also, support the aspirations of the Ridgewood community for the future. So that's a really important piece of the statement that I wanted to bring up, which I hadn't brought up in the planning board presentation last night. So I'm just going to go through some of the sections and talk to you about what they do. Like, every section has a purpose in this. Nothing's fluff or filler material. Everything, well, except for the picture. It's a beautiful picture. But, we do have some of those lovely pictures in there that were contributed by residents themselves that took them, which depict various events. All right, come on, pointer. Let's see. Okay, here we go. It woke up. So I'm going to just make sure I'm going to go to Okay, here we go. So the first section in the document, it's really important that we just capture what we did during the visioning process. So in this document, people don't have to go back to the website. They can just go in the document. It summarizes all the different steps we had in the visioning process, the different methods we used. One thing which I wanted to add to this document, actually, which I didn't, I mentioned this yesterday, was I think as kind of during the middle of the process, we said, we really got to make sure everybody who wants to participate in this process is able to. And so the Master Plan Subcommittee made a good decision to have a postcard created, and I don't have the actual postcard, but I have something that looks like it probably here. This isn't the actual postcard, but it looks something like it. But send it to every single household in the village. And I think that's actually something I've never done for a project, but I think that was a really great step that they took to do that. Because it's a very great, obviously it's reaching every single household, and they can look at it. They see, okay, I want to be a part of this. I can go to the website. I can do what I want. I can go to the questionnaire. So I think that was a really important step that was taken, and I think that gives us also some security in being confident that we were able to get as wide a range of input as we could. So that was I'm going to add something I want to add to this section as we move ahead. So that's the first section. A lot of master plans or visioning documents will talk about the history of the community, starting from the Big Bang to where they've been now. But I think what we wanted to do with this section, it's titled Ridgewood. This is section 1.2, Ridgewood Past and Present. You can see this on your screens, right? So okay, great. So the purpose of this section is we didn't want to talk about it we really wanted to focus on the fact that Ridgewood has really evolved through a series of distinct stages, and this table, I think, on page 9, I believe. I can't read it from here, but that table is kind of a really that was actually done with the help of several Peggy Norris and several other people. So it wasn't just coming out of my head, but we had some help with this, and I want to definitely acknowledge them for doing that. But we really want to give a sense that people are obviously know what Ridgewood is like today, but it's been evolving in phases since it was just empty land where Native Americans lived. And I think there's some important stages in that process where I think certainly the arrival of the railroad was a really big step, which shifted started bringing a downtown into the village. And so we organized this chart to just summarize the different phases in Ridgewood's existence. And it ends here in this last column, which is the historic village, which is what we have today. And there's a blank column, which is the next column. How is Ridgewood going to evolve for the next? I think generally people would want it to remain a historic village, but you have a lot of changes happening in Ridgewood, and that's what I want to talk about next in the document. So when the visioning process was okay. So this is the page. Well, you see this on your screen on your screens. The council can see this, and at home too. These pictures depict. I think this visioning process really came at a really great time, really interesting time, because it's really the most that Ridgewood has changed in the last 20, 30 years. You have the parking garage being built. You have apartment buildings being built. You have the train station parking expanded. You have the library going through their own reimagining process. You have the Valley Hospital having gone through a process to expand, and now they're going to be relocating. So this is the first time in many, many years that there's been changes in Ridgewood. And I think this visioning process comes at a really appropriate time because we get to think about the future. We know what's been happening. We see the changes that are happening. People can comment on them, react to them, and we capture a lot of their opinions on the changes in the visioning questionnaire. And then I think as these changes come to fruition, they're going to have impacts on the community, positive, negative, and I think that's why this the next stage, which is kind of going into the actual master plan beyond this first section that we're presenting here, comes at a really opportune time because we'll start to see what the results of these changes are and start to be able to respond to them in more strategic ways through the master plan. And so throughout the document, you'll see these quotes in the pink lettering. And wherever there's the visioning questionnaire had an open-ended, they had a lot of open-ended questions, and there's a rich material that we got from people, and everybody really gave very thoughtful answers. There was very little misbehaving in this section. It was really great. People really took this seriously, and we had 2,000 respondents to the questionnaire, so we had a lot of material to summarize. And so we took some of the quotes and we salted them into this document just to give a little bit of life to them. And a lot of the quotes are very thoughtful and interesting. And so you'll see that throughout this document. And the folks at home, when we release this document, the public will also be able to see that. And so as I talked about, I think a lot of these changes are happening in downtown Ridgewood. And so this page shows on one page everything that's happening, and it's not just the private development that's happening, but also the public projects that have been happening. And I added in the street lighting improvements that have been happening, and so there's the Van Ness Square lighting project, the train station parking expansion. So the point of this map is that. And I've been kind of reaffirming this at the beginning of this visioning process, that the time is right because given in a number of months' time, you'll see a lot of these projects come online, and you'll start to see the impacts of them, and we'll be able to respond to them. I think in the master plan, you'll be able to start to really look at what's happening and see what impacts they have. When you're adding several hundred more people to downtown, how do pedestrian patterns change? Are there places where people seem to be lingering longer outside in downtown at night? Are businesses more encouraged to stay open? Are there places where there's a new bottlenecks created? So you'll start to see different things happening, and we'll be able to respond to them. And so that's why I really want to emphasize this comes at a really good time that we're doing this visioning and master plan process. And so we have the next section, section 1.3. It just covers some of the basic history of Ridgewood's planning from its ordinance and the very first time it adopted a zoning ordinance in the 1920s, which is when a lot of communities in the United States started adopting zoning, up to 2018 when we started this visioning process. That's just a little summary. But what's really critical is defining what the existing master plan is. The existing master plan is really in this table on your screen right now. Physically, it's a binder right now that sits in Village Hall about a foot thick, which consists of all these documents put together. And so right now you have a master plan that consists of a core element from 1980s, and then you have documents that have been produced over the years, the open space reports, the reexamination report, and those all kind of so we tried to best as possible to define what is the existing master plan, and that's really important for the actual master plan, the new one, because we want to be sure, really be sure that's the base from which we'll be working, because you'll see that there's, the recommendation in this is that you don't do everything right away. You focus on the parts of the master plan you really want to do first, the ones that are required, and then the elements that you think are most important, the elements being the different topics such as circulation, utilities, environment, and you want to be able to stage that into the future. You can't do it all at once. It's too much of a undertaking. So that's why you want to be really specific about what the existing master plan is, and that's what this section covers. The section on structure of the village, 1.4, this is here because I think one of the main kind of values that came out of the visioning process was keep a small town / village feel. That was one of the biggest things that came through as a value from the Ridgewood community, that people value as a place to live, that it has a small town village feel. And so character is a big part of that, how the town feels and looks. And so in order to talk about character, I want to start defining what the character is of Ridgewood. And so the structure of the village section just goes through basically how the village is formed, because it's formed by roads, it's formed by landforms. There are rivers that create boundaries between neighborhoods and things like that. And so this first few pages summarizes those and maps them. You know, the PSE&G right-of-way is also a feature that runs through the village. Route 17, you can see, is a big structure that creates, that's quite a dividing structure, you know, kind of cordons off part of Ridgewood on the right side. And so this is the kind of the general structure of Ridgewood, and of course you have the core in downtown. So this map kind of shows the structure, kind of maps out the structure of Ridgewood. And then when we go closer into the structure of downtown, it's really important because if character is really important in maintaining a small town village feel, we want to be able to define what are the dimensions and what are the elements of the design of downtown that make it, that give it the small town feel. And there's numbers that go behind it. There's dimensions. So this section goes through, how big are the blocks in downtown? 500 feet by 300 feet. It's a very walkable scale. How wide are the streets? And you'll notice there's differences in how different streets feel. For example, the street, I believe it's North Broad Street in front of Sook Bakery is Sook, which I go to a lot, so it's not an advertisement for Sook, but I do like it. It's a very narrow street, so it has a different feel than if you go to Chestnut Street, which is about 45 feet. So this section starts to define some of those characteristics of downtown, and that's really important because you need to kind of need those numbers, because ultimately when you're starting to look at changes in downtown, you want to be sure that the zoning design standards are all kind of lined up with to result in kind of either complement or to move it forward or to complement the existing scale and to have some complementary features to it. And so it'll be interesting to see the top picture on this page shows the Franklin Avenue, the new building being placed. It'll be interesting to see when that's built. You'll be able to see what elements of it seem to feel Ridgewoody and which elements seem like they're out of sync with Ridgewood. And when you at the picture on the bottom there just gives some dimensions to Ridgewood's downtown, what the traditional building width is, and how high is the first floor and the windows and all, and so because that all adds up to a certain type of place which feels Ridgewood, and so you'll see. I think from what I can see from the construction that's been happening, that building, for example, has sections which are a certain width wide, and so let's see how that shapes up, and then I think so. It's really important to start to look at in detail at the downtown, the dimensions of things, so that in the future, your zoning and your design standards are in the right place, so that the results of what happens in the future will maintain that small town village feel that Ridgewood has. Okay, and so I go through also the west side of downtown. Across, that's part of downtown as well, Woolsey Square. So we talk about that, and then there's also discussion in here about. This thing is. The wings of downtown, Chestnut Street and Broad Street, those are very interesting. What's going to happen when you put a residential building on Chestnut Street and you have these office buildings, some industrial buildings. How do the dynamics start to change in the future? And so that's the whole master planning process starts to look at. We'll look at Chestnut Street and Broad Street and what is the future of these areas, because I think there's a lot of potential for more activity to happen in different parts of downtown where people might not have expected it. So that's the purpose of that section 1.4. Okay. So the data. This is we picked out. This is just a 2-page spread. We just kind of want to get a sense of what the data show, and. You have the quick facts: 25,000 people in Ridgewood. You have things you generally already know, and I think one interesting statistics that I noted and that was brought up in the survey in the visioning questionnaire results was that Ridgewood has one of the highest percentage of people who work at home, which is interesting. That was brought up, but. What I want to say about this section is just presents some basic data, so you get a sense of what is the the different age groups. What is the percent of the population of different age groups that lives in Ridgewood? So, just for example, it says, adults 35 to 54 years old are 31% of the population. So you can start to, in numbers, most of this you probably already know intuitively, but as a sense of numbers, this is just helpful to look at what the latest data is. Looks at household composition, married couples versus people living who are not related to living alone, who might be roommates. So there's a lot of aspects. We want to get a sense of what the data says in terms of what the community is in terms of people, as well as some of the housing characteristics, the home values, different housing types. I think just one kind of quick conclusion from this data is that, that's what this box shows you, is that we all know Ridgewood is a family town, and I've often heard how Ridgewood is a place where when their kids, people come here for the school district, and when their kids graduate, they put up a for sale sign and they leave. Now, to some respects, it's absolutely true, but I think what the data show is that it's not just a family town, so it's not necessarily as transient as it might seem when families move after high school graduation. I think what the data show is that, I'll just read this out here, 19% of residents moved into the current home 20 to 29 years ago, while 13% moved in 30 or more years ago. So what that says is that means more than one-third of households, more than 30% of the village, 33%, have been living in the village for at least 20 years. That's a huge amount of people. And so that just, so Ridgewood is a family town, but it's also a town of many other types of people live here. A lot of those are above 55. 26% of the village population is composed of adults 55-year age or older. And then when you have, and it's going to be important to track when you have these new developments in downtown, who is going to be living in them, and are they going to be existing residents that are able to move into an apartment complex? Are there young professionals who say, I want to live in Ridgewood and now I can rent a place? So that's going to be really important to track as these comes down the line, and you want to see how that might impact in the future, what impacts it might have on downtown and into the future. And so that's the data snapshot section. The next section is trends, and as I said yesterday, I think this is a really important part of master plans, and it's usually not a required section, but I think it's just really important to know. I think we all know, obviously, that there's certain trends that are impacting the country, that are impacting cities throughout the country, that Ridgewood is also experiencing. Ridgewood is by no means alone in the challenges that it faces. And in fact, this is a question we asked in the visioning questionnaire. What trends, social, economic, natural, technological, will have the most impact, positive or negative, on the village 5, 10, 20 years into the future? And there was a range of responses for that. And obviously people, responses talked about transportation, how that's changing. People talked about environmental issues and flooding, climate change, and so there was a whole range of responses, and I was really interested to hear from residents themselves. And it's really important to stay abreast of these trends because whether you want to or not, you have to respond to them in some way, and then you want to plan for changes that might happen in the future. So this section covers, I'll flip through this, just a couple of areas of trends in demographics, which I think we all know the lack of affordable housing is an issue everywhere in this country, aging population and high taxes. So what we do is we provide we give some context about what's happening in other parts of the country to deal with this trend. The photos there, for example, are just showing that there's actually 2-family homes in Ridgewood too. There's not just single-family homes. There actually are 2-family homes in Ridgewood as well, just to show that there is a kind of mix of housing in Ridgewood. Another area of trends that we show is in the generations. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. The generational preferences and differences. I think you've all heard about baby boomers versus Gen X versus millennials, and a predicament that a lot of millennials are in terms of their their economic status, and they have less accumulated wealth compared to, let me go to that page, I think actually some of those bullets on this page talk about that. Millennials tend to have less accumulated wealth compared to older generations, due in part to higher levels of debt. They're more likely to live with their parents' house, longer stretches of time. They're marrying and starting families in previous generations. That's important to track because this generation is going to be the future people who live in Ridgewood or want to live in Ridgewood. So it's really important to be responsive to these trends in the best way possible. So when you go through each of these trends, I'll just kind of quickly go through. There's some data shown to back that up. But each section, there's technology trends. I think you know that transportation, the way people move around, has really been one of the biggest changes that's happened, and towns have to really adjust to that, whether it's just dealing with the amount of delivery vehicles that are coming through town. Every day there's, 3 times a day there's delivery trucks delivering packages to people's houses to downtown. There's the Lyft and Uber, the ride sharing. There's Uber recently launched a helicopter service between Lower Manhattan and JFK. So there's a lot of things happening that are revolutionized transportation. So that's one kind of big area. But what we do in each section is we cover how we just go through some of these. I think we talk about the online commerce and residential and commercial delivery as a trend. We talked about regulatory and infrastructure trends, outdated zoning codes. A lot of towns are still zoning for things that don't exist anymore, and I know Ridgewood has been changing that in downtown. A lot of towns in their industrial areas are still kind of zoning for things that don't exist anymore, a lot of like chemical manufacturing things. So you're seeing a lot of towns starting to readapt and realize, well, there's a lot of different types of businesses now that are finding these industrial areas attractive, and so they're revisioning and rezoning those areas. Underinvestment in rail. I mean, some of these things aren't a surprise to you, obviously. Underinvestment in rail and bus infrastructure. Environmental trends are a big thing, severe weather and climate change. And so what we do in each of these trend sections, we capture how Ridgewood has been responding to this trend. And so, I think, for example, in this environmental trends, I know that Ridgewood is, they've had some significant flooding in the 1999 and 2011, but they have, there's a lot of, in my meetings with the Green Team Environmental Advisory Committee, I was able to kind of learn about a lot of the initiatives and sustainability that Ridgewood's been undertaking. And so, Ridgewood in a lot of these areas I've been flipping through in this page, is Ridgewood has been has been taking measures to adapt to these trends and get ahead of them. And there's also another thing we do for each of these trends is provide master plan considerations. And so, for example, in the environmental trend section, actually now the state has recently amended their code, the requirements of the master plan, so that the master plan has to include a statement of strategy on storm resiliency with respect to energy supply, flood-prone areas, and environmental infrastructure. And so that's been a recent requirement now that's been added to master plans. And so I know Ridgewood's been in line with that, and so that's toward more sustainable communities. That's what we just goes part and parcel with environmental trends. And so this next section, visioning process outcomes. This is our kind of like, what are the 10 things we learned from this visioning process, and I'll take you through a few of them. So this is kind of starting the synthesis of things. So outcome 1 was a sense of the village's qualities, areas, and institutions that residents value and appreciate most, and those are the public schools, the library, the small town village feel, the historic downtown, the historic architecture, the walkable nature, the local shops and restaurants, the train station. And so these all kind of come from a combination of the quantifiable answers in the questionnaire, come from the focus groups, they come from the Map Your Vision tool. So they kind of, these outcomes represents kind of the summation of kind of what we as a consultant have learned from our visioning that we've done in Ridgewood. Outcome number 2 is an important one, which I touched upon, which is this keep a key principle for the next master plan is to keep a small town / village feel. And I think this is a really interesting one because it elicited several different types of responses. I think while the majority, so I'm going to read this section here. While the majority of people who responded to the visioning questionnaire would agree that keeping a small town / village feel should be a core principle of Ridgewood's next master plan, there are differences of opinion on how to effectuate this. Based on the responses, a number of residents feel that the changes taking place in Ridgewood are irrevocable, putting the city on the trajectory toward becoming more like a city. And so if they were to fill out the table that I showed you earlier about the different phases of Ridgewood, some people think, you know what, Ridgewood's become a city. I think we've kind of lost that small town feel that we loved. And so some of those residents want to maintain the small town village feel by preserving Ridgewood as it is with minimal changes. And so there's some quotes that kind of from the visioning questionnaire which go into that. But I think what was very interesting in the visioning questionnaire, and this is really core in terms of Ridgewood's future, is that there are a lot of residents that let me go back to that page, I'm sorry. I think it's page, yeah. There are a lot of residents who believe in that principle of small town village feel, but they see the need for the village to change, adapt, or evolve into the future in certain respects. So these residents tend to see a middle ground. Something that, and I think the most common thing I heard was how we should respect the past and the present. We should respect the village's past and present, but we need to create space for the village to adapt or evolve into the future. In some respects, that's inevitable since everything changes, and that chart that I showed you earlier has shown how Ridgewood has shifted from, over time has changed because of various factors that have happened. And so I think one of the, so we have that core principle, keep a small town village feel, which is really a kind of a core value of the future of the town. So a corollary to that, which is kind of important, is allow aspects of the village to evolve, adapt, or change if necessary and beneficial to the village, but ensure that it does so in ways that maintain or complement the small town village feel. So that goes back to what I was just talking about, just for example, for downtown, really getting into the dimensions of what makes downtown feel like downtown, and making sure that future changes in downtown are able to do just that, maintain or complement the small town village feel. So it feels comfortable, it feels familiar, it feels Ridgewood, because I think that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest reason why people, one of the biggest reasons why people love Ridgewood. And so the next sections talk about, so the next parts of this, when we go through the outcomes of the visioning process, there's a lot of data here that's going to be important for the future in the master plan, where you're starting to get into the details of things. So for example, I'm just going to go to page 49 here, which is aspects, qualities, parts of the village that should evolve, adapt, or change into the future. And so these are things that people leave, right? These are things we want to keep the same. These are things we want to change. So in downtown, more pedestrian and bike-friendly downtown, support and help small businesses, more parking, lower cost. I think some of these, fiscal, obviously taxes, want to reduce taxes. Social aspects. I mean, it goes through a lot of different things in here. And so this is all kind of data to help guide into the future when you're starting to make more detailed decisions about the future. What are you going to use as a basis for making those decisions? And so this section really has a lot of data that can help inform that. The previous page, actually, which I was trying to find, was the part of, what aspects should stay the same, what should be preserved or maintained in the future. Keep the small town feel or the village feel, the charm, vibrancy, character of downtown, the architecture, historic architecture, the train station, walkability, parks and open spaces, trees. I think trees was the trees was a very big element of what people wanted to preserve. Trees really make Ridgewood also contributes to its character as well. and not just in downtown, but in the neighborhoods as well. And so in the future, you're not going to have, not everybody's going to be agreeing in the future of things, but I think this starts to give you some guidance on where things may be headed. And then I think I think some of the other outcomes we showed, the level of optimism or concern by topic, and this is directly a slide from the visioning questionnaire summary, where we looked at what things are people really optimistic and comfortable with, things like arts and entertainment, recreation programs and facilities, community facilities, library, municipal buildings, the health and medical services, public safety. And then on the flip side, what are their top concerns by topic? Socioeconomic issues is number one, affordability, aging in place, transportation, land use and development, business and economic development, which would be downtown. So while these are sentiments, what the questionnaire really expressed a lot of sentiments. What we do in this document is to kind of translate those sentiments into kind of values and principles to guide them. So they're not just based on just what you feel, but how are you gonna move ahead with those? And so I think in terms of and what's really important is that starts to set values, principles, and priorities. Priorities is very obviously where are we going to start in this master planning process? What are the topics that need the most attention right now? And so when we went through priorities during the vision workshops, you'll see the summary here on this page, we emphasized to the participants that at the beginning of the discussion that when something is assigned, if you're assigning something a low priority, that does not mean that it is not important to the village. So that's a key thing. So anything you see in low doesn't mean that, it's not important. It can be important, but it just means that it doesn't require the immediate attention or the degree of visioning and policy direction that the next master plan can provide. It could also mean that residents are satisfied with a certain topic, so it doesn't need as much intervention or rethinking or reinvestment in the future. And so that's why when you all look at the different categories and the level of priorities, it's important that that's understood, and that's how this is the basis for forming them. That low priority doesn't mean it's not important. It's just that what are the things that Ridgewood needs to get done as it works on the master plan? What are the pieces of it that are really most important? And downtown, affordability, being able to walk and bike, improving traffic and parking. These are really the high priority topics. Environmental sustainability as well. And I think there's a couple of places that we recommend. I'm going to probably, that's one of the kind of changes I'd like to make to the table. I think there's some recommendations we make for certain categories of which you should shift into a higher priority because they're related. Like, for example, right now, parks and open spaces is shown as medium priority, and recreation facilities and programs is medium low, but those are often planned together. So those should kind of be in the same priority level together when you're dealing with, in the future, the master plan. So that's priorities. That's another piece of this. We talked about core values, priorities, and I'm going to get to principles. So the next few chapters are, I guess you could say, administrative, are more strategic and administrative. Because we're working within a set of rules that the state requires, we talk about them in this report. And so in section 1.8, we talk about the master plan requirements and the different options you have. And this is really important as you start getting into the master plan to understand, how, what the latest, because it changes it's been changing frequently. The state's been adding requirements and such. So you want to be able to meet the requirements of the state in your master plan. So that's why we spend attention on that. And so, of course, we have the chart here of what the required elements are and what the optional elements are. And then the next section after that, we touch upon the last item, the last kind of major planning work product was the 2016 Master Plan Reexamination Report. And that's one of the things it's sort of essentially a progress report on the master plan. and the latest one was done in 2016, and that's one of the things that's required to be done every 10 years, I believe now, the master plan reexamination report by the state. And so the 2016 was the last time that it was done at Ridgewood. And so we noticed that there was a lot of recommendations in there which are quite consistent with the visioning process, the outcomes of the visioning process. And so, you already had this master plan reexamination report. So we identified the different recommendations in there which are consistent, and move them forward, start fleshing them out. And there's other pieces, other recommendations that we're not sure about. We need to revisit and look at more carefully because it either wasn't addressed, it didn't really come up in the visioning process, or it just needs to be. It's a little too much of a level of detail than the visioning process went into, and we need to really look at that carefully again. And so, when you get into the detail of the planning, that's going to be an important reference point. I'll skip over I think I just want, there's a component of the master plan where you have to reference your neighbor's master plans and talk about those, and so this is just a page which references some of those plans that have been, the state, regional, and local plans that have been done. Some have been already done for Ridgewood, so that just is a kind of a compendium of references as you move ahead into the master plan, because there's some documents that are planning documents. They have recommendations in them. You want to vet them through the master plan. And the section 1.11, this is more the less administrative, more strategic, because you have a complicated existing master plan consisting of multiple layers of documents over different time periods, and you don't want to tackle everything at once. You want to be able to figure out what to do with the existing master plan and all the different pieces. And so what this goes through is just strategies for how to do that. So, for example, if there's a piece of it that's still valid and doesn't require any updates, you could keep it as part of the next master plan. And so this kind of goes to the options. The piece could be replaced entirely by a new version of that element if it's outdated. So this kind of goes through when you get down into the level of starting to get into the construction of the master plan. What are the different choices you can make about the existing master plan, and whether how much of it is still valid and how much of it needs to be removed and how much needs to be updated. And so this is, again, getting into more strategy and how you would put together the pieces of the master plan. So one of the recommendations is when you're putting together the optional elements, when you're talking about a downtown area, I'll go back to when you notice the table, there's all these different optional elements: circulation, open space, utility. When you're talking about a specific area downtown, all those topics are within downtown. So you don't want to talk about downtown, the open space, and the open space section of the master plan, and then the transportation. You want to talk about downtown altogether holistically. And so one of the recommendations is when you start getting to the master plan, you create a downtown element. Downtown plan element is called, and that's where it's an area which you focus on all the aspects of downtown: land use, business, economic development, transportation, in tandem. And so that's one of the recommendations. And so the rest of the pages are just more detailed, very important, but there are a lot of detail that I think I encourage people when they review this at home. They can get a chance to look at the detail on what they do, because it gets into really the strategizing of how to put together the master plan in the most effective way possible for the village. And I think the last section I'm going to get to is the last section of the master plan. Let me turn here. So the last section is a statement of objectives and principles. And so if you remember that chart I showed you, that highlighted pink box at the top was the statement of objectives, and that's actually part of the master plan. So this is the actual part of the document that is this first piece of the Village of Ridgewood's next master plan, and it's a statement of objectives and principles. And when you I've looked at a lot of different examples of these just to kind of make sure that, because you can interpret it in different ways, the way the state has written it can be confusing. And generally what you find is a lot of kind of vague, generic goals in this section and other places. Make a vibrant downtown, or improve traffic. And that's good that you've stated those, but it needs to have a little bit more substance in order to really mean something. And so in this section, this is kind of the really, we talked about the visioning outcomes, but these are the principles. These are the guiding principles for the master plan. And so these are the really important filters through which you consider making decisions in the future. And so, the first one up here under the general / village-wide is keep a small town village feel. But it doesn't just say that, because that's left up to interpretation. And so we have more detail on what that means. And I said there was a corollary to that, which is to allow aspects of the village to evolve, adapt, or change, if necessary and beneficial to the village, and to ensure that they do so in ways that maintain or complement the small town village feel. And so we further state one of the challenges Ridgewood's going to face over the next 5, 10, 20 years, and actually Ridgewood's doing it now, is determining what aspects should evolve, adapt, or change, which aspects we need to preserve. And I think Ridgewood's already been making those decisions right now, as I've been at the meetings and kind of following what's happening in Ridgewood. And so this is going to be an important part that I encourage people to pay attention to. Pay attention to the whole document, but this is the guiding principle. So when this is made available to the public, this last section, the statement of objectives and principles, is a very important thing that people should go through and identify whether there's not enough attention, that people don't believe there's not enough attention given to this topic, or which topics look to be appropriately principled. So that's the review of the preliminary draft. And I think if there's any, I'm here to answer any questions. If you have any questions about the content or our process, and the master plan subcommittee is also here. So whatever you'd like to proceed next.
Questions? You want to start, Councilman?
Sure. Thank you, Neil, and everybody for helping put this together. It was a long time coming. I know residents were asking for an updated master plan for years, and with all the changes that not only Ridgewood but all of society is going through, I think it is, as you mentioned, it's a good time to get this done, which is going to kind of segue into my question. Mm-hmm. So when do you get it done? Because of course you have to do the survey and get all the information together, and it's a very comprehensive report, but it is just really wrapping up basically the first step. So if you can maybe just talk about how you're going to really compile all this and compile the new ordinances and write new sections or update the existing sections and elements of the master plan. I think that would be helpful for folks to know.
Sure, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I don't know, because it's up to the village. We haven't had the discussion about the timeline of once this document gets wrapped up. Contractually, my project is my job is done once this document is finally adopted and approved in the final version. That's when my job is done. We anticipate that's going to happen in May, and then I think when you start digging into the recommendations of how to actually go about the master plan, I think you start to get a picture of the planning board will need to meet internally to discuss, what is the first topic that we want to address, the first couple of topics in this master plan. What do we want to do with each of the existing pieces of the master plan? So this already kind of spells out the next steps to take internally. We just haven't scheduled those next steps. I think if the master plan subcommittee has any thoughts on, when they anticipate kind of getting started, because we haven't discussed that. We know when we're going to end this visioning, this section 1 part of the master plan. We haven't discussed when the next step's going to start, but if anybody has any more information on that.
Well, just generally, I guess, through your experience, I guess once somebody in a town or municipality gets through the visioning process, then, just kind of generalize it, I guess, does it take 2 years, 5 years? Does it,
Right. So, you mentioned ordinances, for example, and so, the master plan actually has to come first. Well, obviously, will have to come first, as you know. Things like ordinance, for example, those are down the line because the master plan is going to be a process. I think I just mentioned this to the members. Westfield has just done a downtown visioning process, and Milburn is launching a downtown visioning process. And so, I think those would be helpful examples to look at in terms of the timing. I think in my experience, I think since we have this Our Village, Our Future project, it's happening now, we want to keep the momentum going. I don't think there should be a big gap between whenever this is adopted in May or whatever actual date's adopted. I think there should be a plan within the next month to start on one part of the master plan. I think it should happen. There shouldn't be too much of a gap to keep the momentum going. But I think the process is going to be a long process because, for example, if you're going to start with one or two pieces at the same time. I think this, for example, one of the required sections of the master plan is the land use plan, and that's very basic. And so that's something you have to you want to kind of launch first. At the same time, I think one of the recommendations is to start doing the downtown plan also first. And so what this document provides, which is a little bit more different than a typical visioning, it provides kind of the strategy, how the village should move forward with the next parts of the master plan. What it doesn't do is provide the scheduling, the timing. That's going to be, but I can tell you from, I think even a downtown plan process usually is about 8 months. You could take to get together. The visioning process was much more broader and longer. By the nature, it's very all-encompassing. But once you start getting to a more focused area, the time can be compacted. So one could say, okay, let's hypothetically say we start with a downtown element. Let's say we start it in August, for example. I think it's something that could take about 8 months to do. That's about the length of time. Those projects we don't generally. You don't want them to go along too far because you get fatigue. Mm-hmm. So, and it's a small compact downtown. So, I think, but when you get to, I think what you could see to picture it on a timeline, the planning board will probably have, okay, summer of 2020, we expect these pieces to start, and then in winter, January 2021. We're going to start these pieces. And so people can kind of see how the different pieces of the master plan are going to start coming together because it's very hard to do all at once. You don't want to do it all at once. You want to kind of start with the priority topics, piece those together, and then move ahead to what's next. So, and I think the entire process, it could, for getting all the priority elements together could take a year. And then after that is when you'd start seeing actionable ordinances and things like that being made. But again, it depends on how. Like I said, I think it's good to keep the momentum going and not have people wait too long to see what's next.
Thank you again for doing all this and all your work, and again everybody for getting us to this point. It's been a long haul and it's a very exciting time. And thank you.
Councilman Walsh?
Thank you, guys. I know you guys have been working really hard on this, and when I looked at the screen here and saw 83 pages, I pointed to the mayor, and he was like, "Yep, 83 pages." So, for those that we can see it. I know it's probably hard for you to see on the screen there, but there's a lot of data that you're going to have to, as residents, pour through just to kind of get up to speed, just to see the volumes of information here. So I was trying to make as many notes as I could to just ask some questions. But the thing that struck me through all of it was choices and how we as a community need to make choices and how we have to be proactive. So a couple of things that we've been talking about because our budget process is on right now too. Doing more with less while all of these other changes are going on. So I'll just give an example. We had a conversation about the structures that are going to be completed in the next year, and to be ahead of the game, we figured we've got to get 2 more police officers into our police force because it takes actually 9 months to actually get them on the street. So looking at some of these statistics that you've given us, is there anything in your process, or is there any type of data that you can kind of maybe just give the short description on in terms of percentages within different communities and how that's impacted by like an influx of residency or an outflux, because there's a lot of people that are born and live here, and then maybe they graduate college and go off somewhere else, and then they say, and then I came back to Ridgewood. So you have, this influx of people coming in that are just completely new to Ridgewood, and then they, maybe stay for a few years and leave. You have people who've been here, and then they come back. So were there any statistics that kind of give us an idea of what we can expect in terms of adding all of these new developments with people that I'm going to guess many of them are going to not be from Ridgewood? There is going to be a percentage of maybe individuals that will downsize, but are there any statistics, or is there anything in your travels that kind of gave us a guideline of percentage of each type of transition?
I see. So kind of comparables in terms of, when there's a town like Ridgewood and there's new development, what are the kind of any demographic changes? Is that kind of thing? What kind of thing you're asking?
In terms of people with children, people who are single, people who commute and aren't going to have a car, or so.
I think I'd have to think about that, because usually you can't rely on census data because it's not always up to date, and it's averaged. I think the best way comes through trying to get actual data from the property owners to get a sense of who the new residents are. I think you do your best to kind of get that data, and I think I would recommend that as part of at least that specific question. That's something I would want to do as a consultant. Whoever the consultant is for the master plan process, or even the village, if they wants to do it on its own, start getting a sense of who's making requests, at least now, since they're not finished yet. Who are the type of people that are requesting living here? They're asking about this place. Eventually, when these come online, you'll be able to. It's not going to be publicly available, but you'll have to ask and build a relationship with the property owner, so that for planning purposes, you get a sense of who's moving here. Whether there are, as I said, who knows? I mean, there could be. It could be a mix of things. It could be people who in Ridgewood who wanted to stay, and now they have an option to stay that makes sense for them, and apartments, young professionals. I think the best. I don't think there's anything. There might be examples. If anything come to mind, any concrete studies that I've come across, I'll do that. I think I might look back at what I just mentioned, the Westfield and Milburn. I know Westfield has been having a lot of apartment development downtown. I'll look back to their plan, their recently completed downtown plan, to see if they have any data on that. Milburn obviously is just launching their process, and I don't know how much development's been happening there in Milburn, but I would look at, well, you'll have to see how that unfolds. But Westfield is one example. But I think in the future, it's going to be important to be able to build a relationship so that, with the property owner, so you can start asking, or realtors also, to start asking questions that are going to help you start determining who's coming in and who's changing.
So while we were looking at one of the screens, the mayor and I were kind of just doing some numbers, we were looking at the statistics and just trying to figure out different numbers. So we both were caught by the median income and the value of the home. So in theory, the median income does not cover the cost to afford a home.
Right.
So that, if that shifts, and so I guess those are the questions we're having. What is the sustainability for us? So if that shifts, so if the shift in income becomes non-owner occupied, and that is obviously how we maintain our tax rolls, how are we going to keep up with that?
Right.
Or how are we as a community going to be able to still afford all of the services? Because when you look at the word clouds and you see all those services, they're all big ticket services, the schools, the parks. And again, as we're going through our budget, that was, I kept writing the notes down, what is the sustainability? We're talking about a food waste pilot because it costs us more to get rid of garbage, for lack of a better term. So, what do we have to do in this visioning process to make sure we're doing everything on a timetable that's going to actually keep us in a good spot.
Yeah, I think as far as future projections, I think the trend section gets into that, but at a more macro kind of level,
Right.
not a Ridgewood specific. So you can foresee, for example, the question in my mind for Ridgewood is in terms of housing and the large single-family homes. Given that the millennial generation generally tends to have a lower income, more debt burden, marries later, that seems to suggest that how is this generation? Are these homes in Ridgewood, these large homes, going to be desirable? Is their value going to keep up? Is there going to be demand for these large homes that Ridgewood has a lot of them? That's a big question. So one perspective is to say, okay, well, that's going to be a threat. But then there's other things which people even in the questionnaire brought up. Because there's concern about home values. I think there's a quote I tried to find yesterday. But if you look at who's owning homes now, the quote from the person who responded to the vision questionnaire, it's included in here. It goes something along the lines of, what's going to happen when all the old timers who are firefighters or plumbers? You found it? Let me open it. That's a good quote. Thanks. So the quote is this. It's here it is. So this is a quote from on page 30 of the thing. The clicker's giving me problems. But demographics will have the biggest impact on the village. This is one person's opinion. We will have tremendous turnover, this is what she predicts, as baby boomers pass away or move to Florida, which will lead to less economic diversity because many of the old-timers who are teachers, electricians, plumbers, etc., will sell their homes to those who can afford the high housing prices. So she's kind of coming from the other end, where we're thinking there might be who's going to buy these houses. She's coming from the perspective that there's something about Ridgewood that the people who have the money will find a way to be in Ridgewood, and Ridgewood's housing stock will be able to continue to maintain its value. So she's kind of come from the flip side of that perspective that, she's concerned about economic diversity, that only people who can afford the housing prices will live here, which is also the same side as the other coin as well, because people who don't have a certain amount of income, generally it's a married family which has two incomes, at least $200,000 would be able to afford a house in Ridgewood. So the trend section has some of those things that you need to kind of look at and track. And I think the indicators are not going to be coming out in a year or two. It's going to be 5 years, 10 years when you start, when you're going to really start being able to see the impact the demographics are having. But you can anticipate them in some ways, and there's some ability to plan for them. But I think at least being aware of what's happening. That's why the trend section I think is really important to bring up these possibilities of what could happen in the future.
And then I know that you're having some trouble with this, page 61, that had the high, low, medium, that page threw me, because it looked like it was counterintuitive to what you would think people would want. It was kind of skewed, I thought.
Which page is it?
61?
Sure, 61?
We're on 61 on the screen.
No, we're on 70.
We're in the same document, so I don't see that. Which page? Are you sure it's 61?
Yeah.
Well, are you looking at 61 on the bottom, but then there's...
Yeah.
The bottom right, yeah.
Oh, no, 61 in the...
PDF.
In the PDF.
Okay, what's the page number? The actual
I wrote 61 because I looked up at the top.
Probably around 50.
Can Donna just type it in?
Yeah.
Or can
There's 7 less than 60.
So, yeah, it's like 9 pages back.
Okay.
So this is saying 70, so it would be 9.
Oh, 51.
Okay.
So that's this chart? Is that?
No, it was the other chart.
61. 52?
So it'll be... Yeah.
Yes. So I'm sorry. So I think I found this chart of the priorities. Please,
Yeah, so
go
it
ahead.
seemed counterintuitive to what we hear all the time in terms of, the things that are priority. So the school was in the lowest priority. It was all the way over to the right.
Right.
But I think that question was, and I think we had this conversation because the low priority seemed to be what people were satisfied with. They were actually satisfied with the schools. They were satisfied. I think public safety is one of those items. I think Melanie has it in front of her, too.
Healthcare.
Yeah, there were certain things that people were
So they were
satisfied.
so
they
they
became
didn't
a
wanna
low.
change.
Right, well, not that they don't want to change or see, they're satisfied with those services, but so when you're looking at whether you're satisfied or somewhat satisfied or dissatisfied, there was a higher level of satisfaction with those items, so they shifted to low priority, and the lesser satisfaction levels shifted then to high priority. So the way this is done is you're looking at all of these responses. Some of them are a little bit more straightforward, but when you look at this chart, it's almost just the opposite of what people are satisfied with.
So the more satisfaction means less immediate action required. That was
Yeah. So the how this was posed to the question was posed to people was because right off the bat when we start the master plan process, in June, whatever it is, when we started the master plan process, but when we start getting into the details of it, whenever that will be, you can't do everything at once. So we need to prioritize what are the things that really need attention right now in your minds and right away. And that's what structured, that's the question, that's how this chart is organized, meaning, okay, downtown, we need to really start planning for downtown right away. And so let's start that as one of the first pieces of the master plan that we tackle, and down the line. And so that's what framed the responses here. So, and as I had mentioned before, I think, part of the foundation in terms of how I explained this was that low priority doesn't mean it's not important. It just means that it doesn't need the attention right away, immediately, that the master plan process can provide for it. And so that's how it was couched when we asked the question to people.
Sort of like, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's part of it, sure. Yeah, if something's kind of satisfactory and fine, let's pause on that right now because we have to handle these 3-4 things that are really important now. Mm-hmm. So there doesn't mean that those things aren't important. Every part of the community, there's a place for everything in the community. So, how are you gonna address that once this process is over?
Could you just use the microphone, please? Thanks.
There was wiggle room between the categories to some degree. We talked.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is all this is a framework that I think. Well, for example, I did what I want to do is because I have some recommendations. I mentioned one of them for this chart. Like for example, parks and open space and recreation facility and programs are in 2 different priority levels. They should be the same priority level because usually in tandem those things are often planned together. Parks, open spaces, and recreation facilities. Although there are some distinctions. So, and then, for example, another recommendation is historic preservation was surprisingly low in the priority list, but a lot of the tools that historic preservation tools provide are really ones that get at maintaining small town character, which is really a prime value. So, the recommendation in this report is to move that into the medium category. Consider moving that to the medium category. So I think, this chart in general on page 52 is kind of just is guidance. It's guidance. It's what based on the visioning outcome, based on our recommendations. This is what you think. This is how you might want to start tackling the different topics, and as you go through it, as the planning board and the greater village goes through it, they might need to shift things around for various reasons. Like they may need to determine that for example, police officers and fire, you're doing some pre-planning already, but you know what? This is turning out to be a real challenge, and we need to really move this public safety services, health and medical, to a higher category and start looking on our timeline that we produce for the future. There'll be kind of like a Microsoft project thing probably, or something that the planning board should do to layer all these different pieces, and maybe that piece of it shifts if that's the case. That starts becoming a big challenge. So it's a flexible kind of framework, yeah. But it is this is the starting framework from through the visioning process and our recommendations. So
Thank you so much. Thank everybody.
Councilman Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, I have a couple. And actually, they're observations, and you might be able to respond to them or not. So you're looking at all the other master plans around here, around our village. Did you see they were kind of homogeneous as far as the way they look and feel? I mean, and what do you think that means for our town?
Right. So I have. I'm gonna write an article on this because this is my challenge to comprehensive. I think towns are expect comprehensive plans to be a certain way, look a certain way, feel a certain way.
Yep.
That's what they expect, and they can be so much better. Comprehensive plans as documents, just as living documents. I'm going to give you a very small example. If I don't see a comprehensive plan that's 300 pages without a clickable table of contents, I mean, that's just, come on, that's ridiculous. So what I'm saying is I think the general planning profession, I think, is starting to improve in comprehensive plans. I think normally what you see is comprehensive plans being just reams of text, tables, maps, existing conditions, facts. What's that going to do for you? I mean, so I have a whole idea in my mind of an article to write to improve that. But so I think, so when I mention the generic, that's kind of the general practice I'm seeing, not just in New Jersey, in other towns. And so one of my goals is to just raise the expectations of what a master plan can be. And also just the master plan process, and the ways you can reach out to people and bring it out. But as far as the physical document goes, I think making sure that it's I think for this document we inserted some quotes of people. We want to bring it alive. We want to have it reflect people who live in the village. And so some of the pictures, actually, there was a call for photos from residents who, if they wanted to contribute. So I have 5-6 residents who submitted a number of photos. I put a few of them in. I'm going to kind of find a place for those, so it really reflects Ridgewood. But as far as the specific question of, I haven't yet. The process of actually examining the master plans, like HOHOCUS and that, I haven't done yet. That's what's going to happen when you start getting the details. But I think raise your expectations of a master plan can be, because I think planners are getting better at it now, and I think in the end, I think what would make me satisfied is when there's a master plan that the public has actually picked out something of and seen. So I'm really excited about this to happen. So if they can do that and not fall asleep with the document, that's kind of part of the job done. So that's my kind of
okay.
Wait for the article to come out.
Yeah, okay. So you mentioned an interesting statistic. You said Ridgewood has the highest percentage of people who work from home. Highest percentage in New Jersey? Or?
I believe, I think yesterday, I believe it's Bergen County.
Bergen County.
It's 10% of people who work from home, and that's supported. I mean, you might know that already, but the visioning questionnaire, that came up a lot, people working from home. Yeah. And as a trend, what trends do you see? And in general, people seem to see that kind of happening more frequently, home-based businesses, and they also project, because people are going to be working from home more, there might be more activity, walking around, that sort of thing. So
got it. And then did you look at the median income of those people who work from home compared to what the median income is from Ridgewood? Do you know? And you don't have to answer the question, but, I mean, did you look at the difference in what the median income is for people who work from home versus the average in town?
I don't think the data goes into that frame, that fine-grained of a...
Yeah, that'd be interesting to know, because if it's higher or lower, I mean, if it's lower and that's increasing, we have a problem from a tax standpoint. And then the last question I have is, you mentioned 26% of the residents are 55 and older. Mm-hmm. Is that increasing over time? And you did mention this is one of the high priorities, aging in place. And again, I just curious to know as to what that means for our town.
Yeah. I think that the general trend. I don't have any charts in this document that. Population projections are often done on a regional scale, and they don't necessarily break down into the demographic categories. But the general trend is that, as I think we all know this, that the portion of people above a certain age it's growing higher, and it's been growing faster and faster. And I think I think, that's one of the things which came out in the visioning questionnaire responses. There was concern for older people to be able to stay, and there's people who are able to stay that are in their 60s and 70s, but there's also people that who've been in this community for a long time, and many people we talked to in the focus group who said, when we retire, we have to move, and that'll be sad. But so I can't tell you how that's going to, in a more precise level, how that's going to grow in Ridgewood or not. I think it also is tied into the type of houses you have. You have very large houses, but I think since you have a lot of apartment development downtown, you said pay attention to what happens there. Who's going to be who's going to be the new residents of those buildings? Because it could be certainly some older folks who now have another option to live in the town. Could be younger people. So,
okay.
On page 36, it does cover that a little bit with the Zillow, some of the data, looking at what will happen by 2037 and what percentages there were. So
that's a good. Let me.
Silver tsunami.
So let me start that out. So thanks, Mel. So there is a stat. On page 35. Thanks for reminding me. It does have some data. There's 83 pages. Is a lot. So Zillow, we know Zillow. The Zillow has projected, and Zillow did a study looking more at a county level. And this is on page, that's not on your screen, but page 35. It basically says, Zillow projects that in the next 2 decades, more than 27% of the owner-occupied homes in the country will become available when adults 60 years of age or older move out or pass away. In Bergen County's central area, which includes Ridgewood, Glen Rock, and Westwood, Zillow estimates that by 2027, more than 11% of houses currently owned by seniors will be placed on the market. And cumulatively, by 2037, approximately 27% of such houses will have been placed on the market, and they call it fancy the silver tsunami. So that kind of gives you a sense of, the aging population can't age forever. People die, and so I think that's what they're predicting, some sort of time when it kind of comes to a head where there may be a lot of houses on the market because of that reason.
Good. Yeah, nice job, by the way, to everybody. So.
Great, thank you. You want to wrap up any?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you again to Neil and to my colleagues. We're still not there yet. We're still working on this. I just want to point out from the postcard to the level of detail that we sought to obtain through this process was really important to us because we worked so hard to get it right, and hence the longer time frame working to achieve this, to get to this point. And I think that Richard, Joel, Diane, and Melanie, and myself, it's just been thus far really a positive experience, and we look forward to continuing and wrapping this up and getting the public comment in very short order. We'll be working on that piece of it, so this document will be available. I believe we've set a timeline of about a week to 10 days so that we can formulate a structure for that public comment, which will be online. And once again, we appreciate the efforts of the folks out in the world who have helped advance this through social media, promote by calling neighbors, emailing, and the postcard was hugely instrumental, and we appreciate that as well. So thank you, everyone, and if you want to, anything else, or Ramon?
No, I just say, thank you. It's been such an interesting process to see how it developed. I mean, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, this has been now over 2 years, if not 3. And, we all kind of live our own realities, and, we have our own kind of worries and situations, and whether it's family, work, and demographically. So it's hard to appreciate how there's so many different moving parts and many different segments of the population that are moving from, one demographic group into another, and how that all interplays into what we want to see for everyone, not just from our own perspective. So this is a very very interesting exercise for me personally. I think it's fascinating, and I appreciate all the hard work from the committee. I know you guys have put in a lot of hours, and I actually attended one of the workshops that you hosted, and they were unbelievable. So thank you so much. Thank you, Neil, for a great presentation. Thank you.
And we're going to get our meeting on schedule, so we'll work through that through email. So great. Thank you, everyone.
So the time is now 9:14. I move that we recess until 9:20, just to give everyone a break. We've been at this for an hour and a half, so.
Sure.
Second?
Second. Aye.
Aye, everybody.
It'll be involved. It'll be.
One of the Joels.
He just kept going and going. It's like the ever-ready battery.
Shades of Blaze. Shades of Blaze.
Cutting it, rolling it. I didn't need it.
why don't you just get on the phone and get the hell out of here?
How are you? Thanks for calling that recess. It was like a gift. It was like he's a genius.
All right, we're back from recess. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We
just want to do a roll call.
Roll
One more
call?
ti- Yeah, just one sec. Newton,
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Seaton,
Here.
Voight,
Here.
Walsh,
Yes, here.
and Hache, and the
Here.
time is 9:20.
All right, so up next, we have a presentation regarding the third round housing element and fair share plan. And we have Beth McManus with Kyle McManus Associates, who's going to go through the plan. Good to see you again, Beth. This is a long time coming.
Yes.
Again, one of those things that had, kind of finally, we're seeing some movement forward, so thank you for that.
It is my pleasure. So before I get going, I'm sorry, let me just run over to the computer, throw my
Sure,
presentation
yeah.
up, or maybe I'll get some help.
I think the presentation mode's on the bottom, right?
There you go.
So I'm here to talk to you guys about the draft housing element fair share plan. Now, I'm going to be presenting this before the planning board because this ultimately has to be adopted by them first. However, there's so much of this that is related to council business that I think it's important that we start this process with you guys as well. First and foremost, the thing that's most related to the council is the adoption of ordinances. The planning board adopts the housing elements and the fair share plan. It becomes part of their master plan, but it's really up to the council to go ahead and do the implementation of it, and that's when the ordinances and some of the other resolutions come into play. I'm sorry.
Do we need a AAA battery? No. Something? Oh. You know, Beth, that actually, I think that keyboard works, right? Isn't that the same thing? The keyboard. That
Yes, it
keyboard
does.
actually, I think I think you can do it on the keyboard and there's a wireless mouse, so maybe you could just.
If you don't mind, let me just see it for 1 second. I have an extra battery here. Walk around with extra batteries.
But you don't have an Allen wrench. Extra battery, but no Allen wrench.
In both pants pockets, or?
No, it's the triple A's.
It's double A, and he has triple A's.
I have quadruple A's.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Quadruple A.
feel somewhat inadequate right now.
You saying you need a bigger battery, or?
Don't worry, Ramon, I didn't have an Allen wrench.
So before I get going, I just want to make sure everybody's clear exactly why I'm here. So I'm obviously here to talk about the housing plan, but more importantly, I'm here to see you guys through the completion of the process for getting that all-important judgment of repose, and then frankly the more important, immunity from builder's remedy litigation. So all of this started really back in 2015, but I want folks to remember you guys actually have a long history of providing affordable housing. You got substance certification, which is the COA approval of your housing plan in 1990 as well as in 2004. So you guys have this, you have a foundation that we were able to build upon for this process. So you did what you were required to do in the past, and then we had, in 2015, we had what's called the Mount Laurel 4 decision, and I won't go into great detail, but ultimately what that decision, what that New Jersey Supreme Court decision did was it took the power of determining municipal obligations and municipal compliance away from the Council on Affordable Housing and gave it to the courts. The Supreme Court basically said, COA, you are clearly not willing or able to function, and so the New Jersey, the county, essentially, the superior courts are going to have to do this job for you. So that decision was in 2015. That same year, Ridgewood did what most other municipalities around the state did, where you basically raised your hand to the court and said, formally, we're filing a declaratory judgment complaint, but in layman's terms, what you really said was, hey, court, we want to comply, and we want immunity from builder's remedy from doing so. As part of that process, you were essentially required to strike a settlement with Fair Share Housing Center, and you did so. We did that in 2018, and that settlement agreement, it said a couple different things, but most importantly, it set forth your affordable housing obligation, and it set forth what it is that you were going to do to satisfy it. That settlement agreement was approved by this council in 2018. It was later approved by the court in 2019. And I'm going to go through how you're satisfying it in detail. I think that's really the most important thing to talk about this evening. But just as a brief reminder, we have three components of the affordable housing obligation. Number one is your rehabilitation component, or your sometimes called your present need obligation. That is 6 units. Now, I'm really not going to talk about that tonight because at the end of the day, what you guys are required to do to meet that obligation is just simply participate in the Bergen County Home Improvement Program. You've done so in the past, you're going to continue to do so, and that takes care of those 6 units. Then you have a prior round obligation of 229 units, and you have a third round obligation of 664 units. That's a huge number, or those two numbers are huge. So what we have is a vacant land adjustment, and that is a process that was started by COA. You guys actually did that as part of your previous substance certifications, and it reduces the prior, in your case, the prior round and the third round obligation down to something that is more reasonable, something that is based upon, I would say, an academic definition of the affordable housing that can be accommodated here in Ridgewood. That number was reduced as part of the settlement down to 55 units, and I've got a plan that I'm going to go through with you guys to address that. One of the important things to remember is for a vacant land adjustment community, which is what you guys are, there are two categories that you have to satisfy. One is the adjusted obligation. That's referred to as the RDP, the realistic development potential. That's that 55 units. And the other one is the unmet need. That is simply the difference of the RDP from the total obligation. Now, when I say satisfy, I want to be clear. I'm not, for the unmet need, you are not required to produce every unit that that works out mathematically for that difference between your RDP and your unmet need. Almost no municipality is held to that standard. Instead, you're required to create opportunities where they make sense and to capture opportunities for affordable housing where you can in the future. And the framework for that was addressed in your settlement agreements, and so what we're doing now is we're expanding upon it in the housing element, and we're producing ordinances that answer in detail or in terms of codification how it is that you're going to capture those opportunities and create them. You guys about the sites. This is a map that is included in your housing element fair share plan, and we're going to talk about some of these items that are new. So what we have here is the table that sets forth how it is that the Village of Ridgewood is going to meet its 55-unit RDP. Now, quite honestly, most of these projects, actually all of these projects, are either built or they've already been approved. So I'm not here to talk to you about new zoning to meet your RDP. In fact, you had the Ridgecrest Apartments, Woodside Gardens, Broadway condominiums. These were all projects that were actually existing before we even started in 2015. And then the next 4 are your 4 developers that were engaged in this process, received zoning, subsequently received site plan approval, and are actually under construction at this time. And so between those 4 new projects and those 3 existing projects, our RDP is fully satisfied. And so unless there are questions about these, I really want to focus instead on the unmet need because these are new ordinances for your introduction and presumably for your adoption. So let's talk about those unmet need strategies. The first one is in the downtown B1 and B2 district. So what this strategy requires, and I say require because this is something, this, like the others that I'm going to go through, are a component of your Fair Share Housing Center settlement agreement. They should sound familiar to folks because I appeared before here previously in talking about the settlement agreement to review these. So this first one, referred to as your B1 and B2 district, requires an amendment to the two zones to, I'm going to say, better accommodate affordable housing. And so I prepared an ordinance that does a couple of things. So right now it amends your B1 and B2 districts to allow for dwelling units to be on the upper floors or on the ground, or have common space on the ground floor, which is consistent with your existing ordinance. And I also added a permission to allow ground floor units where they do not face a street, where they don't face a public street. So if you have a few units, you have some units facing the rear, perhaps in a parking lot, that would be acceptable. But you cannot, you can't essentially disrupt the mixed-use character of the downtown by having residential units on the first floor facing any of the public streets in this area. So I made that change, and then your existing B1, B2 district standards, it allows for affordable housing in some ways, and then it ultimately points to a different section of your ordinance. It's section 124, special regulations, and that section essentially states if you're providing affordable housing in these districts, these are the requirements that you're going to be held to. I've actually amended these standards significantly because this section is essentially the section that the village was using to regulate affordable housing, to talk about, for example, the income limits, the number of bedrooms, all things that are necessary to make sure that the affordable units that are constructed are actually done so in a compliant fashion. I have deleted all of those. And the reason why is because one of the other ordinances that this village will have before it is an affordable housing regulating ordinance, where I essentially take all of the components that were previously applied to just your B1, B2 district and put it in a new section, and it applies to affordable housing anywhere in the village. So it takes those same bedroom distribution standards, the 1, the 2, 3 bedroom units requirements, and just simply places it in a different section. And so as you look at this ordinance, you see a lot of information deleted, but more accurately, it's actually just being relocated to elsewhere in the village code. Now, as part of our negotiations with Fair Share, one of the things that we're able to accommodate is keeping that maximum building height of 50 feet. And so that continues within the B1 and B2 district. That is unchanged. I did have to adjust the floor area ratio to go from 65% to 75% to, I think, better accommodate the affordable housing. One of the things that the special master, the court, Fair Share Housing Center is on the lookout for is to make sure that your ordinances really make sense. And I say that because I've seen ordinances prepared by towns where they might allow for a very high density of residential housing, but then they keep perhaps the maximum improvement coverage or the FAR very low. So it basically prevents anybody from achieving the density. So we have to make sure everything, all of your standards work together so what was intended in the settlement agreement can indeed be constructed. I think that's an overview of your B1 and B2 districts. So let me take you through the next one. The first one, it's also in the B2 district. However, this one, as you can see on your screen, is specific to the portion of North Maple Avenue that is specific in the B2 district, and then also the Goffel Avenue B2 district. So between these two areas, what I've done is actually created a new zone because the standards applying to them pursuant to the settlement agreement are the same. So I've created essentially literally a B3 district that takes the lots in that North Maple Avenue section and this Goffel Avenue section and places it in a new affordable housing district called the B3 district. The permitted uses include mixed use, so there can be a continuation of non-residential uses on the first floor. It also allows dwelling units above, so upper story residential units in the same manner that I just described in your downtown. It includes accessory uses that are similar to what you would see in some of your other districts. And just as a practical matter for this zone where I'm creating something new, wherever possible, I'm always going to try to point to your existing ordinances. For example, I'm not providing any lighting standards in any of these zones because you already regulate lighting. And what's appropriate in other areas of the village are naturally going to be appropriate in this area. And there are a couple other examples like that, but I just want to make sure everybody is clear. One of the things I try to do when I write an ordinance for a town is make sure that it works well within your other ordinances, so in terms of structure and relying upon those same standards wherever it's applicable and appropriate. I have there are a variety of bulk standards in there, as you might expect, just like any other zone district. It includes a maximum density in there, and it's actually a graduated density. This is something that was specifically negotiated with Fair Share. So instead of just simply permitting a blanket density of X units per acre, the density increases as the lot size goes up, and therefore as the lot is better able to accommodate the increased density, for example, the need for buffers, the importance of setbacks, and of course the parking. And so the density ranges between 12 and 20 units an acre, depending on the lot size, with 12 units an acre applying to tracts of a quarter acre or less, and 20 units an acre applying to tracts of an acre and greater. Additionally, this ordinance, as well as some of the others I'm going to talk about, include a variety of building and site design standards. So I went ahead and put together 16 or so standards or categories of standards that address building design, essentially making sure that we have interesting buildings, that we have architecturally compatible buildings so that nobody is building, let's say, the old-style garden apartments, the brick box, two-story brick boxes with a flat roof. So, I mean, that's certainly an extreme example, but I have a variety of standards, things such as the side and rear elevation shall be designed with the same material as the front of the building, that any facade of a residential building shall not continue on the same plane or the distance for 75 feet. So ultimately, if you have a long building, making sure there are bump outs, and so it doesn't look like this long, straight, architecturally void building. There are roof standards to encourage proper roof design. There are additionally some parking requirements, such as requiring parking to the side and rear of buildings only or beneath the principal building, and so on. But ultimately, the purpose of this ordinance is, one, to comply with our settlement agreement, to meet their density requirements, and then to provide design standards that make the eventual building in this area compatible with the rest of the village. And then specifically, especially for the North Maple area, especially because that area is lined by residences. So the portion of North Maple is, of course, a variety of commercial uses, but just behind there we have your single-family residences. And so the ordinance is intended to be sensitive to those folks so that we can limit the impact that they will experience as a result of the redevelopment that's going to be permitted as a result of the ordinance. Okay. So next I have the AH3 district, the Affordable Housing 3 district. This area is located off of Route 17. It's just a few lots. And this, too, is it's actually similarly structured to the North Maple and the Goffel Avenue B3 districts I just discussed, in the sense that it, too, has a graduated density. So we have increasing density as the lot sizes increase. The densities range between 14 and 18 units an acre, with 14 units an acre for tracts of a half acre or less, and 18 units an acre for tracts of 1 1/4 and larger. Those same building and site design standards are applied, except for those that are specific to the non-residential uses, because this is a residential-only zone. So it permits multifamily uses at those densities that I just discussed, and includes a variety of the building facade and the site design standards to, like I said before for the other district, essentially make the buildings look nice, ensure that they're compatible in character, to Ridgewood, and then to also be sensitive because this site also has single-family residences surrounding it on the east side, on the opposite side of Route 17. So last for our mechanisms, but not yet prepared, is your Valley Hospital campus. This was the last specified location for unmet need zoning, essentially. However, unlike the other ordinances that I just went through, Fair Share, in recognition that this is such a significant site, allocated the village with additional time. They gave you up to 18 months to go ahead and consider a redevelopment area and then adopt zoning for it. So this will have to come back again, but ultimately the settlement agreement requires that any future redevelopment plan requires between 35 and 45 family affordable units to be provided on site. Should a redevelopment plan not occur, the village will put together overlay zoning on the property at 12 units an acre with a 20% set aside. So quite frankly, you do have that choice if you'd rather just simply apply the zoning. But I've structured this housing plan to allow for the additional time to ensure that that can occur. So what I would expect is that the court will review your plan, they'll recognize that you've done everything but, and that'll be a condition. And so once that condition has been fulfilled, we'll make a supplemental submission to the court. Presumably at that time they will say, yes, the village has now complied with everything, and then you'll get your final judgment of repose. The last thing, actually, before I go through next steps, the last thing I want to talk about is one other ordinance, and that's called a mandatory set-aside ordinance. And that is something that I've prepared for you guys and is actually required for, it's essentially required for every vacant land community, and I see other communities adopting them as well. What it states is where the village, where the council, or where the planning board, or the zoning board grants additional residential density in the amount of 5 units or more. So if it's a residential site, let's just say you could build 10 units on it today. If they go to the zoning board for a use variance, a density variance, if it comes to the council for a redevelopment plan or for rezoning, and you guys give them, let's say, 15 or 16 or greater units, then the project is required to provide a 20% set aside. And let me be very clear about something. It in no way, shape, or form, and in fact there is a provision in the ordinance that requires the council, planning board, or zoning board to grant that relief. You may say no, you may deny the variance request, but if you approve it, you have to include a 20% set aside. And I strongly recommend you adopt it, not only because it's in your settlement agreement, but also because it will ensure that any time an opportunity for affordable housing comes forward, you guys have the legal power to then require the 20% set aside, and also you have a reminder to do so by adopting this ordinance. So our next steps, quickly, I'm going to be before the planning board on March 17th doing this whole show a bit more detailed, I think, in hopes of their adoption of the housing element as part of their master plan. Also, there are a number of ordinances and resolutions that are really within your jurisdiction. Yes, it's all the ordinances that I talked about, and I didn't get into detail, but there's also that affordable housing regulating ordinance. There are a number of resolutions. Simply we need you to endorse the housing element for submission to court. I'll also need you guys to approve via resolution an affirmative marketing plan, also a spending plan that sets forth your Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars and how it will be used. And then once all of this is done, once the planning board has adopted it, once you guys have endorsed it, we'll go and make a submission to court. The court will hold what's called a compliance hearing, where the special master will conduct a review of the housing element fair share plan, and he will review whether it is compliant with the settlement agreement, whether it meets COA's applicable rules and all of the related case law and the Fair Housing Act. I'm going to hope that he says yes, it is, and then we will wind up with our judgment of repose, which, as I said, I think is actually going to be conditional because they're going to wait on that Valley Hospital site. But ultimately, once we've gotten through that process, I would say we're, 90% there, because it's just, it's an important piece. I don't want to dismiss it, but we've done most of the work at that point. And then you'll have judgment of repose, and all of this will last, I'm sorry to say, through only 2025, but that's just simply the case for every municipality. So with that, I know I've given you guys a lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the process, the plan, the ordinances.
Questions? Councilman Seaton?
Thank you. Thank you. This is, again, this is something else that's been a long time coming. But does this plan then, once it's approved, give us kind of, I guess, a level of comfort and protection against like the situation we faced a few years ago, where you're zoning small areas of town you're changing the zoning, 36 units per acre and things like that, and you getting sued by developers and everything. So now this is adopted that could kind of like put that to rest, because these are rules that everybody's going to have to play by from this point forward.
Absolutely. I would say the ability to defend yourself against that type of a situation generally is the reason why you would be adopting this housing element and why you'll be adopting the ordinances, precisely so that you can maintain control over your zoning.
Thank you.
Councilman Walsh?
Thank you. Another project that, when you look at it, you realize how many hours obviously have gone into this. But I think it's fair. I think that's probably the best thing about this, that I don't think anybody could come into town, or anybody that's in town could say that this whole outcome isn't fair. So I think that's probably the biggest thing for me that I see within this. So thank you.
Fair share.
Fair share.
Fair.
Councilman Voight?
Thank you, Mayor. So Beth, by the way, nice job. How are we able to get around the B1 and B2 30 units per acre and the B3 making it 12 to 20? Help me understand how we can do that. And then I'm assuming in each of the B3 district we have set asides too. Was it 20% for affordable housing in each of those areas? Yes?
Yes. It
yeah,
is,
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I said that, but yes, it is 20% on each of the zones I went through.
Okay. So help me from a legal finagling standpoint. How are we able to do that?
So, I went through several mechanisms for your unmet need, and ultimately the village, back when we were negotiating, you essentially had a couple of choices, just in general framework. We could have given the B1 and the B2 district, I don't know because we didn't go this path, but we could have given that whole district 35 units an acre and not done anything else. That's possible. But the concern was to try to not introduce too much change and too much density to the village, because folks were concerned with the impact from those four developers that were your developer interveners, like Chaos Broad and all the stuff that's under construction. And so the strategy was, rather than just simply putting all of the unmet need effort in one area at maximum density, let's choose a couple of different areas so that we can keep the density down and restrict the impact or reduce the impact that would be felt. And so that was the strategy that was selected. Let's sort of spread it around a little bit rather than having one area where all of the impact is felt.
So you don't think these builders are going to come after us with these 12 to 20 units per acre?
They may ask, but with the completion of this process, you have the ability to say, no, our housing plan says X, you need to comply with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, no, so obviously I don't have any questions because I've been a part of this process. I just wanted to say once again, thank you to Beth and thank you to Matt Rogers. It was a tremendous amount of time we spent in this process together. It's been amazing, just an incredible learning experience. But I think the outcome, I don't think anyone could argue the outcome is not only fair, but complements the needs of fair share housing and the Village of Ridgewood. And the reason it was really important to have you here this evening was because we had our visioning process, and coming just after that, I think it was an important piece, and everybody understands that this is an achievement, really an achievement that is really looks forward to the future for the village and protects the village. And so I appreciate that. And again, thank you to Matt Rogers as well. So
yeah, I think that just on a sort of a side note, I think that you guys are in a great position. The settlement that you negotiated was more advantageous to the municipality than a lot of other settlements I've seen, quite honestly. Part of that was because of the village's willingness to work with Fair Share towns that don't work with them sometimes end up in a position that I think is less advantageous than they would have been if, had they not fought the whole time. We have surplus credits to our RDP. The unmet need zoning was kept with the density relatively low compared to other municipalities. So I think all of that has worked out well to your benefit. And then also the timing, knowing that your affordable housing plan is adopted, is done, allows you to focus on all of the other things that are going to come up in this master plan, and you don't have to worry about the housing taking the priority over everything else, all of the zoning concerns that you guys have. So I think that you guys, once you complete this process, and as you go forward with the master plan, you're going to be in a very good position.
And I just want to say that from just my perspective, and I don't know if you would share the same idea and whether Matt would, I actually found the process, even working with Fair Share, that they were fair. Mm-hmm. That they were not unreasonable, and when we went in to negotiate, I think they were open and understood the uniqueness and the character of Ridgewood and the importance of maintaining that level of development to ensure that it did not impact or undermine the important charming character. So I think that they were also really terrific to work with.
Yeah, and thank you, Beth. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Village Attorney. This is really interesting because all of this, we've heard a lot of different presentations in the last, week or so. We've heard from NJ Future. We heard from NB5 about the master plan visioning process. We're hearing now about Fair Share. We're going to be hearing about the library, and it's one of those things where it's a lot of work, obviously, and there was a lot of kind of thought process behind it, and that we're actually in a good place to be looking into the future, and the fact that we can feel a lot more comfortable today as to what we can at least envision what the future is.
Yes.
And I think we've eliminated a lot of the unknowns and the uncertainties that are, with a community like Ridgewood will face at this junction. So I think it's very promising that we're looking ahead in a good light. So thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we'll see you on St. Patty's Day?
Yes, I do not.
We'll be wearing green, and I'm glad our planning board members stayed behind and listened, and so we should all be well prepared.
I don't yet have a date to come back here for your endorsement, so I can just simply work with Matt and Donna or whomever is appropriate to get that date set. But I presume you'll see me again for the public hearing on the ordinances.
I'm sorry, what was it?
We'll coordinate.
Okay.
We got it under control right now. We're good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Oh, Beth, do we have a copy of that? Yeah, do you mind? I just
You should have it.
the slide presentation?
Yep, you should have
Oh,
it.
is it in there?
I think it is, isn't it? No.
No.
The slide presentation.
Slide reading, yeah.
No.
Yeah, if you can send me the PowerPoint. Yeah, I guess everybody might want it.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
If you can send it, we'll just distribute. Okay, good. Thank you. Next.
All right, so next we have Nancy Green, Director of the Ridgewood Public Library, and some members of the library board. We have tripods, we have visual aids, we have a bunch of stuff.
They've got it all.
Got it all, man.
Do you have enough tripods? Oh, thank you.
Is that Rebecca?
Is this a fashion show?
With the seating area. That's nice.
Yeah, when I went in there, they had, that's what I was like, Mom's right outside. She's like, he's working.
We need you to use the microphones. please.
Oops. Thanks, Becca. I just wanted to say that tonight we have with us from the library board one of our library trustees, Rocco Orlando, who's going to be leading tonight's presentation, as well as Gail Campbell, Rebecca. There she is. Okay, Rebecca Rubenstein, Paul McCarthy from the Friends, Tom DeVita from the Foundation, and our Assistant Director, Lori Steinbacher.
All right. So thank you, Council, for letting us present tonight. So what we would like to present tonight is we were tasked to look at the project, try to see where we could potentially save. We tasked our architect, Peter Gisolfi, and we met with them. We took all the information that we received from comments we received from the public and how to use the space and the use of the space now and what would work, how it would integrate into the needs of the users. So I'd like to walk you through, if I can, the way we presented the boards is we have each floor plan at how it was prior and then how we adjusted it. And I'm going to try to just talk loud when I stand up. It'll be easier probably to show you.
The mic.
Rocco, do you want to just hang on one second? We have to give you a wireless mic.
For the record.
Just because
How about can you hear me? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that they would pick it up.
Yeah, we can hear you,
You
for
can
now.
hear me. I
Yeah,
can hear
she's
you,
going to
yeah.
try and get a mic for you, so
Okay.
stay close
Can you-
to the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No.
No? Can you see the board at least?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
we can see it.
All right, so the bottom plan represents where we were with the design. We had an addition onto the auditorium. We also had the circular staircase. The space was configured a little differently. Thanks. It had a center point where we came in from the center of the library. The adjoining spaces were similar to what we have done now, but we've done some reconfiguring of the spaces within the library to be more efficient with the space, give some additional space to programs and areas that needed it. So on the new plan, I'll just walk you through a little bit. So what we did is we also were conscious of the existing structure because there was a concern, what we were doing to the structure of the building. It's a concrete structure in the center section, and we didn't want to compromise that. So we tasked our architect to say we want to have a stair that represents getting light in from on the second floor, have a gathering space. We want to have a focal point. We want to integrate that stair into the floor plan and how to do that. So what we did is we shifted the stair over. We have a main girder that comes in the center of the space. So we shifted the stair over to the side. On the rendering, you'll see that there's what we've created is a stair done in various libraries. The concept being where you're creating bleachers and seating within that staircase. So it becomes not only a stair getting from point A to point B, it's getting light, and it's also integrating the functions around that stair as part of the library. So it's a multifunction use. So we've shifted it over. We have an access point. We've kept the existing opening that's here now. We have a similar larger opening on the other side of the lobby area. Circulation desk is shifted over, and we have lending services that are adjoining to that space. Prior plan, we had quite a bit of area for staff, book sorting, staff space. We really looked at what was the need of the library and how much we could function in that space. So we reduced it quite a bit. By doing that, we also were able to free up a few different areas. We enlarged like our land room, things that functionally needs to be a little larger. And we also were able to increase the teen center. So the teen area increased in size. That was another comment we got, that the teens are utilizing the library quite a bit. And the teen area and the seating is now creating this larger area and gathering space and functioning space for the teens. Innovation Lab is where it was before, which is here was the maker space. And the plan, essentially everything else on that floor remained as is. So I'll go to the second floor. So the second floor, again, we had the circular stair that took up quite a bit of space. Again, we've reduced that quite a bit. We've also shifted it. Obviously, it's in line with where we were before. Our mezzanine expanded, same as it did before, for the functioning rooms and the study rooms that we've had on the prior design. Again, that really hasn't changed. But the stair now becomes reduced in size. We have a lot more space to now use for functioning in the library. You can see here in the initial plan, the lobby was a little larger in size. We had a staff lounge upstairs, and we had a meeting room. We were able to reconfigure this space to reduce the Mapleside lobby entrance, created a business center, conference room, 2 bathrooms. So essentially, the area is same in size, but we were able to reconfigure and make it functionally better, and adding space to those areas that needed it. Administration office was basically it was the same, and so was his co-working space. So those were the big changes that we did on the second floor. That kind of shows what we've done on the plan. These are just a few drawings that depict the different levels of the stair. So we showed that before, which was gathering space on the first floor. This is a view from upstairs on the second floor. View coming in circulation desk. This is a view on the second floor, looking at the areas on the side of it, and this is a view looking at the mezzanine and the areas that are created on the top. So with that, what we did is we ended up going through the budget, and we tried to see what we can save. And in doing so, we also looked at what we were carrying before on the existing elements in the building that we know that have to become part of the renovation that we didn't have in play initially when this budget was developed, because things over time and as you start to look at it with the consultants and look at the building as itself, we had a $7.7 million budget that we came to you with. There were various things that we now have to incorporate that we didn't prior. We had a roof that we need to replace. It's over its expectancy, life expectancy. We have HVAC equipment. It's close to $400,000 to $450,000 just for that alone. And we have a generator that we worked into the plan as a means for a location that people can gather. I think at the last storm we had, last major storm, it was a point of that people came to and used it for cell phone charging or just gathering space. So we feel it's very important to be able to offer that. So taking away some of the things we just talked about, reconfiguring the stair, reconfiguring some of the space inside, taking the auditorium, and adding back the elements that we're talking about, we feel that we can come to a savings of about $500,000 overall on the project. We have part of the grant. We have an estimator that has to compile a full detailed estimate as part of the grant application. They're working on that estimate. They're not able to finish it up for this meeting tonight. What I did is I was able to review the estimates that we had received before, both professional estimates that were very comparable on the overall initial scheme. And then what we did is I looked at the elements that we changed, also some of the things we added back in, and doing all that, we're at approximately $500,000 savings. That's where we sit right now today. I don't know if anybody has any particular questions.
What does that mean for your ask of the council of $2 million? Is it still the same, or is it?
So we still are looking at $2 million as our donation. So we're asking $2 million minus So we're looking at $500,000 savings. So you're looking at was it
Now it's
1.6, right? $1.6 million.
That's the ask, 1.6?
Yes.
I mean, I'll just add, the team has been working around the clock, obviously, because the application deadline is looming. A couple of things that Rocco mentioned that came up, specifically the generator, the library, in case of an emergency, would then be able to fully operate as either a cooling space or another emergency space for us in the event that something happened in the village, unforeseen. And I think also that the fact that they were able to reconfigure the space and not make it as a challenge in terms of losing anything in the design and still be able to keep all the elements was key. So I think they did a great job in accomplishing that.
Thank you for all the work that you put in. It looks like you have actually more usable space with this design. It seems like it's a little bit better, and I do like the idea of a generator in case of an emergency. And the library doesn't get as flooded as Village Hall, as you know. If something like that were to occur, then people might not be able to get into this building, but they might still be able to get
I think
into
it's
that building.
very important. We felt to have that. Yeah.
So, thank you.
right. And the library hasn't flooded. No water has come inside in the 25 years I've been here.
Makes sense.
I'm sorry, just one more time. What are you asking the village to bond?
1.6.
1.6. Okay. Just so I just want to understand. So on the original plans with the circular staircase and
I just wanted to explain the numbers a little bit real quickly.
Yeah, before we...
So this is just for applying for the grant, right? So that way that would work is that, we have 7.2 would be the total project. We'd be expecting 3.6. We'd asking the state for 3.6. The foundation and the fundraising that we've done is $2 million, and that would leave 1.6 for the village to provide. Of course, this is all for purposes of applying for the grant right now, and that's all. That's what we're doing.
Right. Yeah, so my question was.
Go ahead.
So on the original plans, at the $8 million, that did not include the roof, correct?
Right.
So the $8 million project for the circular staircase, for all the reconfiguration, for the furniture, for all of that, there was auditorium. There was the roof that's life expectancy is we're past. I think Rocco, you just said is past. So with all of that stuff, the roof was never included on the original plan.
Right. And part of that was because when we first started the project, I think that was evaluated. But at that time, and as you know, this project's been like 6 years ongoing, the roof had a decent life expectancy at that point. So, it hadn't really been looked at again. But now that we're so far down the road, we're looking at the roof again.
Okay. And then what the other items that were not included that have now been added back one more time, Rocco?
The HVAC equipment. So there's existing, we had train there, and there's existing equipment that's 22
Could you just turn up, pull
Use the microphone.
Sorry.
HVAC equipment. So there's 2 units that are 22 years old. Nancy had train there to evaluate what's there now. And she got a quote from anywhere from $400,000 to $450,000 just for those 2 units. That doesn't include any other items that are part of this renovation with the mechanicals and everything like that. So that's just that element alone. And then you have a generator that we also received quotes. So we did have vendors go out there. We evaluated what's there. So we do have people that have looked at it, and that's part of our due diligence to try to put together a proper estimate so that we can go to the grant and have and work with the architect and their estimator. So we are doing some of that. They are also, we had a mechanical engineer look at the building as well. So there's a combination of people that are putting everything together. But that generator was somewhere around $300,000 just for that component as well. So.
And so then just from your opinion, I'll give you mine after I hear yours. The new reconfigured staircase with the little bleacher effect.
Yes.
How do you see that? I mean, it's a very stark difference from the original staircase. And what is your opinion about that change?
I think it's great. I think it's more incorporated within the plan. I think it complements the adjoining spaces, the teen center, the entrance coming in. It's a gathering space. It has a multifunction to it, as opposed just to, a circle that was creating light coming down and a way to get up and down. And it also provides us with more functional space around it. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely more integrated, I think, as it's designed.
And it's also not impacting the beams. So that was a big consideration. We didn't want to impact the structure of the building, and so this new stair is we chose this one particularly because it was designed around the beams as they are now. So it won't have a lot of impact and should not be terribly costly especially compared to the circular staircase.
Yeah, and I have to say I love it because I don't know how many times Nancy and I stood by that spot and said, scratch our heads and said, the staircase is kind of visible, but it's really, I actually think through this process, that staircase is a much better, far more functional, integrated outcome. And I think it complements the plan rather than becomes the focal point of the library. I think it complements everything. So, all right, thank you. I'm good, thanks.
So thank you, all of you. I think you guys did a tremendous job. A lot of hard work. I know that even through the last 2 weeks of the year, through the holidays, there was a lot of back and forth and coming together. So I appreciate it. I also love the staircase. I think it goes from being what would have been potentially a monument, some sort of sculpture, to something that's functional, it's usable. It's maximizing the use of the space. I think we would have lost, not only would we have lost more usable floor space with the old design, it wouldn't be that gathering place that this becomes. I think it's a great element to add to the plan. Very pleased by the numbers that we mentioned tonight, because a 6.5% reduction in the overall project cost translated into 20% reduction on the ask from the village. So, for us, I think we like to be on that side of the equation. So that's again, great work, and I know that there's been a lot of patience, and I think it's been a collective process, and I think that what is here now touches on all of the different kind of sore spots that previously weren't addressed with the previous design. So thank you for that.
A couple questions I have for you. Is your redesign, is it less or more functional space than before with your...
It's more functional.
It's more functional space?
Yes.
How much more?
A lot.
Then,
I don't know what to say. You mean the square footage or what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same building footprint, so nothing changes inside.
I usually look at magnitude, small, a lot. I don't care about the square footage. Just small or big.
So I would say that, again, when I was explaining that we're taking spaces that, we really looked at spaces that, like, for example, the lobby off of Maple Ave, right? It's not used a lot. It was taking up a lot of space. So we reduced it in size, making it functional, but use that space, integrate it better into the plan and the joining spaces to it. So by the size of the stair, reduced the amount of floor area that was lost, and that really helped a lot.
Yeah. So do you really have an estimate of square footage? How much more square footage is usable, or any guess?
I don't. I actually, I could probably guess, but I don't have a scale, and that's not to scale. So
yeah.
So just to understand, Rocco's been spending a lot of extra time on this, and we're really just getting these plans together very, very recently, and he's been working. So we don't have every single item, figured out exactly now, but we can figure that out for you.
Yeah, I mean, right now, looking at the stair, you probably are only a third of what it was before. Looking at the plan as a guesstimate, that's probably what you're looking at, and the overall floor plan and areas in the building are the same. So the amount that you were cutting out of the floor, you're probably a third of what it was.
Okay. Well, I'm good with it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Looks good.
So I actually have just, I wanted to acknowledge Rocco's work on this as well. So this village council has been in budget season. We've had our budget meetings, and we had a reality check, I guess Monday night? Was it Monday night? A reality check, because there are things that we really do need to get done in the village, and the library project actually was 25% of our capital budget. And so looking at that and these scarce dollars, it was a reality check that many of the things that we felt were important were going to be put on the back burner. So Rocco has been listening to me and crunching numbers and with me begging him to find money all over the place. And I just want to say thank you. I wish it were a little bit more, but we'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
But I actually appreciate and acknowledge all of your hard work. It was
thank you. And I have to also, it's not just one person. I appreciate the praise and the compliments, and it's really Gail and Rebecca and Nancy and the whole group. Really, it's a true team effort to really help get the library where we need to and all the needs here, and then understanding the budget and understanding the town's needs and trying to work both directions and come to a happy place, where we're going to be.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks again.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start our discussion items with item 9C1A, which is the budget wrap-up. So I'll have Bob Rooney come up, our CFO. So this is the final piece that we need, which is for the capital budget. And he reworked the Excel spreadsheet so that you could see what departments were asking for things, what the original amount was presented to the council, what had been removed to get to our 8 million, and what the final project was, and then also a suggested delay, meaning it wouldn't be in this first round of capital ordinance, and maybe done possibly later in the year. So that's where we're at. I know that Mr. Rooney said that Councilman Voigt had given him some of his priorities. I don't know if there were any others who had done so. You may have done that on your own. So we're here to listen and to try to get to that dollar amount that we're looking for and you're looking for. And it looks like we have another $400,000 at this point from what we just heard from the library. So that'll make it a little bit easier than it was.
Not quite the million we were hoping for.
So I heard from Michael and I heard from Jeff as to their priorities. Didn't know if anybody else had anything that they wanted to add to it.
I can't hear you.
Is the microphone?
How about now?
It's on. Is it on? Yeah.
So if we're looking to move things around, we're looking to take some of the things that I removed, put them back in place, this is the time that we have to address it.
So if I understand, so what did we just say? We have 400 now, and I have to say, I really do wish that the library could figure out where we could find another 200, because I have to, presumably Jeff's project that he felt strongly about was the sidewalks. Yeah, and I agree. I think that is a priority project, and presumably Mike's has something to do with green and trees.
Trees and sidewalks were on my list.
Right.
So what are the totals there?
So I didn't move anything.
Well, I think were the sidewalks 150?
150,
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then the trees were 110?
110,
okay.
yes.
So does that allow us to do two things? Wait, what was that? So that we were at 360? No, 260.
Yeah, 360.
So does that allow us to do the firehouse kitchen and the shower for Sean Hamlin? Does that fit?
So that puts 150 for the sidewalks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 110 for the trees.
So that's 260, right?
Okay.
And I also mentioned the bathrooms and lockers for sanitation.
Oh, okay. So Mike's covered. Did Mike already cover the Sean Hamlin's request?
Yeah, but
he requested it. Again, I didn't adjust anything.
All right, so let's and I think that for me, I felt that the firehouse kitchen, because I did tour that, but I still haven't heard about touring the other facility. There's a piece of me that kind of doesn't really want to. And then the other thing was the folks behind recycling with that cardboard compactor, and I think if I recall, I don't have the sheet in front of me, was 45?
40, I think.
Yes,
40?
45.
Yeah.
Was it 45 or 40?
45.
45.
Okay, so if that's 45, so that resolves the issue of the folks behind having to hear that noise all day on a Saturday? Is that what we determined?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that puts, what's our number now?
Give me 1 second. All right, so now you're at 8,394,000.
394?
8,394,000.
Okay.
Well, of the 400 from that Rocco just shaved off, what
I
was
didn't
the...
take anything off. You want the 400 off the library?
Yeah, 400.
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
Take the 400 off.
Takes it under 8 then. We're getting a little better.
We might have a little bit more to help us with this anyone. I might have one more item. And we still have to repair the front of Village Hall, the pillars, right? So that was, we never took that out. We left that in. That was 75, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. So the 75 is good. And just tell us what's left.
All right, so sorry.
I guess one of the only other things was the timeline on Shedler, because that was a big chunk.
It was $1 million, though,
Yeah.
total.
That was the biggest chunk.
That was for the house and the field. That was both.
But then with the grants when we get them, because we have to put the money up first, front first. Once the grants come in specifically for those projects, then that goes immediately to paying down the debt service. So what you have left, and I saw the numbers that you sent around earlier with the totals and then the grants and the grant projections, and it actually looks pretty good because it comes out to...
If we get all
if
that grant money.
If we get the grants, right.
Keep that in mind.
Fingers crossed, but, we do a pretty good job, and, if that all works out, then eventually for, the house, the residents would end up paying like $240,000, I guess.
Right.
Actually, from Ridgewood taxes. So that's good.
All right,
And then
Bob, let's make a
grants
deal. What do you have?
We're bartering again.
All right, so after making those adjustments, I'm sorry, I have to include the financing costs. You're still at $8,394,000. So I took 400 out of the library, added the other two items for infrastructure. So you're still at roughly $8.4 million.
When you're adding the financing cost.
That's including the financing costs.
So what about the West Glen signal, West Glen Monroe signal? That was $157,000. Yeah.
You want that back in?
Yeah, that's.
Do we have the wiggle? We have the room for that?
Well,
No,
bring
we're going
everything
in the
up.
other direction now.
We're going up, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean that is, I mean that's been, these people have been before the CSAC a number of weeks, and if we would delay that, I think they would flip.
So now you're up to let's say 8.6.
What's where are we at on our 8.84%? What is our...
So you're going to need another $4,000 to cover the capital improvement fund, which is peanuts. 4,000.
4,000?
And, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that, what you said.
The down payment of capital improvement fund will now have to be, your
Increased by
operating
four-
budget will have to go up by $4,000, which is not.
Nothing, yeah,
Nothing.
okay. And where does that put us from was it a net debt ratio you had?
The net, well, our average is approximately $8 million a year.
Yeah.
So now we're at 8.6, so we're slightly higher.
Uh-huh. But you had a net debt ratio of, it was like 1% or less than 1%.
It'll still be less than 1%.
It'll still be less than 1%?
Yes, it will.
Okay, and so you're comfortable with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Good, thank you.
What was the number?
8.6.
We went
8,600,000.
from 8.84 to 0.86.
No, it was
0.8.4.
We started at 8.4.
8.4, and now we're at 8.6.
Now you're at 8.6.
You're good with that?
I'm okay with that.
Would you be okay with 8.65?
I can do that.
Okay.
What do you want to add?
What for 5,000? Not a lot.
We had some, wait, did we talk about the pedestrian lights? That was not back, that wasn't added back on.
The ones for the parking lot here?
Pedestrian lights?
Which,
Yeah.
which one, I'm sorry?
$10,000 item?
Where's the sheet?
Are we in infrastructure?
Presented to
This is on the second one.
Equipment?
Heather, can you tell me a little bit about the underground fuel storage tank and
Yeah,
how bad that is, or how okay
What-
we are with that?
What the issue is that that's 10 years old, and that's about the life expectancy of the tanks.
You said
Back-
10?
10.
10, okay.
12?
I
12.
think it's
13?
30.
30?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So, I'm sorry. 30 years old?
Yeah, please.
Come up.
Yeah.
But the point is, the reason why we want to replace them is because of the fact that back in the 80s,
Yeah.
late 80s, we had a fuel tank spill because the tanks were corroded, and the gasoline went down onto Oak Street
Yeah.
and affected properties there. And the village had to purchase one of the homes there because of the fact that it was so affected.
And so why did that happen? Because there was a leak?
Yes, in the fuel tank.
Okay, and so we have the same fuel tank now, and it doesn't have a leak anymore, or does?
No. Those tanks that leaked and caused the village to purchase 210 Oak Street as part of the remediation effort, plus a lot of other work, those tanks were the leaking ones were replaced. The tanks that were put in have a life expectancy of 30 years.
Yep.
They're now about 32 years old. We've had a couple technical problems with the USTs, the underground storage tanks, over the last year or so, and we've had a contract to fix them, and we're still in good graces with the DEP.
And we're okay with those tanks as of today? I mean, they seem to be functional, and we're not having any leaks.
You phrase it very correctly. We're okay with them today.
Yeah.
But they are past their life expectancy.
Yeah.
It would be prudent planning on the village's part to plan and anticipate their replacements prior to a catastrophic failure, primarily because, as Heather said, we've already incurred that.
Yeah.
We really don't want to do it again.
Yeah, but you don't anticipate we're going to have a catastrophic failure with them?
I can't say that.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous enough to ask for the money to replace them.
Can I just remind me,
Yeah, I'm done, yeah, thanks.
just remind me, what did we do with Kings Pond? Where did we leave off with that?
Kings Pond, we had you presented with 155,000, I took 155 off.
We took the whole thing off.
That's correct.
So-
Kings Pond Phase 2 is what I have on the...
So,
What's left on phase 2? What's the remaining work that's left?
The remaining work of the Kings Pond, we've dredged it last year with the help from Bergen County. Right now, we're removing the dredged spoils. We're bringing them down to the New Jersey Sports Exhibition Authority. We do have to pay to dump that there. Unfortunately, spoils, when we tested them, came back with some minor contamination so that we could not reuse the material elsewhere in the village. Given the issue with a similar contaminant in the Orchard School soils, the decision was very simple. Best to get rid of it. The next phase that Bob mentioned would be the final landscaping and basically the beautification of the area that was dredged.
so how much money do we have left that we can play with?
It sounds like we're going in the opposite direction. How we're going up, we're trying to go
You're
down.
above
we're going up.
what you were at.
I would not be in
You're
favor.
above what you were.
You were above where we were, so I'm not in
Right.
favor of going up
84,
anymore and
86
adding
now.
anything.
No,
Not at all.
I thought you just said we could go a little bit more.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
Okay, all right, okay, fine, all right.
We're going the wrong direction.
Going the wrong direction.
No, I don't disagree,
So are you good now, Bob?
Okay, I just want
I'm
to
fine.
confirm all the things
I was
that
just
we're
gonna
putting
say, let's
back
go
in.
through it
again.
I think it's
Just
really
back and
important. So the firehouse kitchen, the cardboard compactor, the, is the renovation of Village Hall in, or no?
No.
It stayed. We didn't take it out.
No, they never took it out.
We took 25 out. It's
Yeah.
75.
But the 75 is in for the pillars.
Right.
Right, right, okay.
What was the other, sorry, the West Glen sidewalks,
Yes, that's it.
the trees,
Trees are in.
110.
I'm just looking to see what else I have.
This is
The signal, West Glen signal.
Did we put that in or not? We did.
157,000, yes.
Okay. And anything else,
A
Bob?
compactor in the bathroom.
And West Glen sidewalks, 150, and
Oh,
then
and then the stuff for the fleet services garage, sanitation,
that was adding 30 back,
correct,
and then taking 400,000 out of the library.
correct. Okay, so that's right?
Yep.
So where are we, say one more time, where are we at?
We're at $8,559,261.
So we're under 8.6.
Excuse me?
We're under 8.6.
8.6,
And-
rounded up.
And that includes the financing costs?
That includes the financing costs.
Okay. And then the additional to the capital improvement fund isn't going to affect the tax rate?
No, it's
Okay.
$2,600.
Okay,
Wow.
okay,
We good?
Yeah?
okay. So we'll be ready to introduce them next week.
Yes.
And then we're also going to introduce these capital ordinances, both water capital and general capital, which is what we discussed just now. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
looking
Bob.
me up. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Drive safe.
I will.
Okay, so our next item, we're going back to Ridgewood Water. Hold on, let me just get there. All right, so the first one and the second one are two different ones, but they are related. So it's the revision of the water rates and then the revised water fees. So I'm going to have Rich Calby discuss it and describe it and answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening. Essentially, the first ordinance in front of you is a follow-up from the budget meeting we had on Monday. It involves the proposed rate increase on the water rent. We're proposing a 39-cent per 1,000-gallon rate increase, which is an 8% increase. And as you may recall from the budget meeting we had on Monday, this is due to the increase in the debt payment for the utility and our 3-year projection as debt is increasing, and the need to maintain a certain minimum amount of surplus in the budget to maintain operating expense. So in front of you tonight, you have the actual ordinance for the change in the rate. It's going from $4.82 per 1,000 gallons to $5.21 per 1,000 gallons. And if passed, that would be effective with the third quarter bill this year. Is there any questions on that one before I move to the next one?
Yeah, Rich, I want to know why you're dressed up.
I was in Trenton today. It's been a very long day. Dan and I both, but it was worth the trip. It was very useful.
I'm not used to seeing you in a tie.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying. The second ordinance, I'll just give a brief introduction, then I'll turn it over to Dan. But since Dan's been here, and it's really been a goal even before he started, we've had the need to really redo what's been codified in the water fee ordinance. So what you have in front of you is an overhaul, pretty much, of the wording and the fee structure for the water department. Most of this won't result in new revenue. It will essentially codify things that we've been doing for a long time and make them more self-explanatory to our users and our staff who has to go out in the field. One thing I will say before Dan gets into the individual items, this does include the 2 fixed rate or facility charges that I mentioned on Monday for the 3-inch and 4-inch meters, and it also includes our new calculated connection fee. As you recall, last year we started recalculating the connection fee per statute. That has to be done on an annual basis. So Nasavacia, again, was hired this year and recalculated on the basis of our new debt, and the numbers going up slightly from $3,575 a connection to $3,730 per connection. So that's another part of what Dan has in the ordinance. So I'll turn the rest over to him to explain what the substance of the changes are, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions on them.
Great. Thanks, Rich. So as Mr. Calvi mentioned, on the whole, this is really just a lot of revised wording and sort of a better itemization of the fees. So things that had been in the code for, as best I could tell, 20-plus years and were no longer used or were frankly no longer relevant just confused people. When developers would come and they would want to figure out how the process was going to work to establish a new service line, if we were going to perform a disconnect, what paperwork was required, those types of things, it was very confusing. And so we sort of had this catch-all, this umbrella language in there. And really the fees have not largely changed around them, really only around the fringes a tiny bit. But it was better for us to spell out those changes so that developers, all of our field employees could have just a basic pricing sheet that's literally generated right off of the code. Our on-call employees will know exactly, how much they need to be charging without reaching out to a supervisor each time to make sure that they're right about that. Let's just codify that and make sure that everybody knows exactly what those fees look like. So on the whole, that's what these represent. The two ordinances are slightly different only because 36.1 in 269 is specifically water service connections, and there are really only kind of 4 or 5, I believe, new items there. And again, as I had just mentioned, it's about deleting the sort of umbrella heading of permits for temporary water construction. We meter that anyway. So for us, it's just why don't we talk about getting the meter in and what we charge for that, and we represented that in fees, and spell out the different scenarios that we encounter every day in the field. So that's what you see in 36.1, basically from I through K, and then L is just a repeat of the language for all the other things not specifically referenced herein. Are there any questions on that one before I move to the other fees? Okay. And then on Chapter 145 for fees, I tried to make this as clean as possible, so it's literally a deletion if it's something that isn't used anymore or isn't relevant. And if it's a change, you'll see the addition language on top and the delete right below. So, for example, as we talked about at the budget hearing the other night, one of the things that did change was the 3-inch and 4-inch calculations for the fixed charges. That's the only thing that you're going to see changed between the add and the delete for that item there for 269.34. Other things, flush tank service, no longer relevant, so that gets deleted. Permit for use of water during construction, as I said, we set a meter for a fixed charge. We meter the water consumption, so it really didn't make any sense. We wanted to just get rid of that, clean all of that language up. The new water service connection, which is actually, so that's 269.36.1b. That is the audited figure provided to us by Nasavacia every year. So that's where that flow calculation comes from. That's just being codified, so that's just a small change from $3,575 per unit to $3,730 per unit. And then basically 1I, 1J, again, those are things that are represented in real-world conditions. And everything is really based off of the service call charge. It's meant to capture the amount of time the employees have to spend for each of these, plus equipment, vehicles, and the estimated time on site. And the multipliers for the multiple days, if a project spans over a couple days, how many times we have to go out. It's a basic service call, but really that's kind of how we've structured all of this. We work to make this make sense and be logical and kind of digestible for anybody for whatever the purpose may be. And frankly, I don't think there's anything else that's super confusing in there, so unless you have any other questions, that's really it.
Not that this information isn't riveting, but I think most people don't realize the service fees are based on usually when you're doing any type of construction, or if you're changing things, or if you're, renovating. You don't see these fees often unless you're actually doing something or something's gone wrong.
Bernie, I find this fascinating.
Find it riveting?
I do. That's unfair.
So the next item is awarding contract for public communications consultant. If you recall, in 2018, we hired H&G of Public Affairs, Henry and German Public Affairs, and that was for our 2018 public notification supplement. We'd like to hire them again for our current public notification supplement, right? They will bill hourly, and its amount not to exceed $4,000. If you recall, Kelly Henry was the person who worked with us, and my understanding is she's going to work with us again. Correct. Okay. The next item is awarding contract for landscaping services. They went out for bid. Total of 8 bid packets were picked up. 2 bids were received. The annual bid price includes a $25,000 allowance for miscellaneous services. So the low bidder was $100,000, so it's really $75,000 per year because $25,000 is built in. The services provided will include spring cleanup, edging, trimming, debris cleanup, mowing, fall cleanup, and gutter cleaning at system locations. The low bidder is Clark Moynihan Landscaping and Construction of Andover, New Jersey. And again, it's an amount not to exceed $100,000. It's the first year of a 2-year bid. And the funding is in the water utility operating budget. Any questions?
Wait, the annual bid price includes $25,000 allowance for miscellaneous services, and then it says, therefore, the base cost is $75,000 per year.
Right, because it's $100,000, so $25,000 is already built into the bid. When they bid, it's already $25,000.
Okay, the wording just seemed, okay.
Okay. So the next item is on parking. So amending time for general parking and lots. As you recall, back in February, we changed that people could park in lots after 3 p.m. And then what we're proposing now is that in the Station Plaza lot, anyone can park there from 12 noon on, and no resident stickers needed. They must pay for the space up until 8 p.m. Monday to Friday or until 6 p.m. on Saturday. I spoke with Sergeant Chuck, who's in charge of the PEOs, and basically someone could park there for 8 hours. And I said, well, what about a 3-hour limit? He said it would be very difficult for them to do that accurately, just because of the way that people are parked there as commuters with hang tags, and then there will be certain commuters who might come home early or might not go in at all. And so those after 12, it would be hard to limit them, unfortunately, and for them to get it, not make any mistakes, is what he said. As for the other lots, we don't have to change it to 12 noon, because actually in those lots, there are no set commuter spots. It's just that the commuters are allowed to park in those lots. Mm-hmm. And so therefore, if they're full or not, it's either shopper diner or commuter. So the other lots.
Chestnut has specific spots in the back.
Has commuter spots in the back?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't told that.
Yes,
So
I think we need to make it general and say
okay, so then we would
spots.
do that
Yeah,
as well on
commuter
Chestnut.
spots.
So it would be Chestnut and Station Plaza. Okay, and then obviously they can't park in the CBD employee spots in
Right, the one in Walnut.
right? Okay, so Chestnut and Station Plaza. That would be the two. So, is everyone in agreement with that? I think certainly on the west side, that's going to help a lot because there isn't much parking. And so therefore, if people were able to find spaces in Station Plaza in 12 noon forward, it would help those businesses to be able to have people park.
But what the Traffic Bureau is saying is that anybody who pulls into a commuter spot after 12 o'clock, finds it vacant with this proposed change, then we can't keep track if they've been there for 3 hours or 2 or 1 or 8.
They said it would be difficult for them to be accurate every time, and there would be difficulty in enforcing it. So the reality is not many people will park for that a long period of time. They may park for 2 or 3 hours, but we could try it out. If we find that it's all filled up again, then we could change it again. But
so all we can ensure is that we can at least collect the revenue from them paying the meters. Right?
Correct. And actually, double revenue. If someone, weren't going in but had a hang tag, now that space is empty, now we're going to collect revenue from 12 noon to 8 p.m.
I'm trying to understand, why is it so difficult to track a car being parked more than 3 hours?
He said they couldn't guarantee that they would be accurate every time because of the fact that they would probably have to go through the lot each time to check for the commuters and then check for those who didn't have any stickers and then check to see that they had paid properly. And then they'd have to go back within the 3 or 4 hour limit, to go back to make sure had they moved.
So the only way to park there now, because we removed the meters, is by Park Mobile and the kiosk.
Kiosk, right,
Both
or
of
hang
which
tags,
are-
or hang tags.
But assuming that a commuter is not there, I pull in, I just want to go eat something.
It
So
would be
both-
kiosk or hang tag.
But both the kiosk and
kiosk
and
or
Park Mobile
right.
are license plate dependent. They can't tell if that license plate has been there.
I can go back to him and ask
You don't even have to
again.
mark the car. The license plate will tell you if you were there or not.
I can go back and ask again, because I did ask that question, and he said they couldn't guarantee that they would be accurate every time, so.
Yeah, and that has been the continued challenge with Park Mobile, that, you could pull in, pull out, pull into another spot, and then you've moved. You're still in the same zone, but you've moved spots, so.
But I think, and I think I had, Bob left, but one of the things that we had talked about in CBDAC was, can we put something, and I think Chief Lucky was there for that discussion, was can we put you cannot, a no repeat parking within an hour of having parked in the previous session anywhere in the downtown.
Mm-hmm.
No repeat parking within an hour of a previous session.
In the same zone.
In the same zone.
That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think that just complicates.
The other thing, honestly, that he's telling me is that we are trying to make this simpler, and it's actually becoming much more complicated. He said it's more complicated for people who are trying to figure out, it's like New York City, can I park here, can I park here? And it's becoming more and more complicated for people who want to try to use the parking lots correctly, and they don't. We keep changing it, and it's very confusing.
But again, I just don't understand why it's so difficult. If we have something that tracks your
Let me
license
get a
plate,
better explanation.
right? How long you've been there. And look, we can't write ordinances to prevent the most sneakiest of the parking offenders that they're going to pull in. But something that makes sense is that we can at least know who's been there for how long. And if they pulled out and came back in,
we wouldn't.
We will know when that session started again. If the session ended at 1 o'clock and they're back in at 1:01, well, I mean.
Okay, let me find out. I'll ask more questions.
Because at one point in time, the best way to do it was by marking tires. You can't do that anymore. But I think a license plate, it's giving you real data of when that person was there.
Okay.
That's it. I think it's.
Let me just ask, is everyone in favor of the 12 noon cutoff?
Sorry?
Is everyone in favor of the 12 noon cutoff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me get more information, and then we'll go from there. So the other one is the update on the West Ridgewood Avenue description. So this most recent one that says B2 additional revised is the newest version. So I believe that the one that you wanted was the one that said West Ridgewood, the third one down, West Ridgewood Avenue South quarter time hour, and the 2 meter spaces nearest to Washington Place between Wilsey Square, that should be Wilsey Square, and Washington Place. So I think that was confusing, and that's why we worded that. In addition, if you remember, Mr. Reddisazer had indicated that the ones by Library Place was going to be changed as well, which is the first one. So, and that's because the kiosk is closest and wouldn't be around the corner. So, okay, so we're okay with this wording now?
Okay.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay,
please.
sure. Go ahead.
Find my. Sorry, I just have such a thing about this
okay.
crazy little ordinance.
There's a lot of things there.
Okay, so we are right there. Sorry, everyone, just bear with me a second.
Okay.
So where is it? Just
It's the third one down West Ridgewood Avenue on the south side. It's a quarter hour. What the original said, it didn't say that it was nearest to Washington Place, and you wanted that additional clarification. So he did put that in.
If everybody else sees it, I'm going to go back to that just so we can move this. It's getting late. But
Okay.
If I
You can call me.
Yep.
And we'll explain it. Okay, so the next one is C3, award professional services contract, Zabriskie Shedler House Phase 2 revised is actually what this is. So this is, as you know, over the past year, Zabriskie Shedler House has undergone mostly the exterior renovation. Although there was asbestos abatement inside, the exterior shingles were removed. They were replaced and painted. The window framing and reglazing is ongoing. A new roof was installed with 2 chimneys restored and the stone foundation repointing work. To complete it and make it suitable and safe for public programming, new interior systems need to be installed. This includes HVAC, plumbing, repair and install electric wiring, and a new electric service box, security, fire protection, as well as cosmetic considerations. To cover the cost of the above work, we anticipate submitting 2 grants, one to Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust and the other to the New Jersey Historic Trust. And to address the Secretary of the Interior's historic requirements and prepare grant application documents, we will need to use Connolly and Hickey to help us prepare them. So they are proposing a not to exceed number of $4,750 to help us prepare these 2 grants. This is the first time we've ever applied, that I know of, to the New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust. And so I think it would definitely do us well to have them help us prepare these grant applications. They know Connolly and Hickey as the New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust because they've presented and provided information for grants for other municipalities and other projects. So I think it's money well spent. Okay.
Heather, what's the date on it? Say the date?
The date on what?
The date when the applications are due.
I think we need a letter of intent by April, and then I think it's May sometime.
So soon, so
Yes.
that would be good for us if we
Yes.
could find.
Well, but then they don't award it until like the fall sometime.
Yeah, but it's still 2020.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying everything.
Right. The next one is for paving. This is our annual paving, our street resurfacing. There were 10 plan holders eligible to bid. We received 9 bids. The low bid was from American Asphalt and Milling Services of Kearney, New Jersey, an amount of $2,538,450.91. The low bidder submitted a complete bid package, and actually this low bidder was the village's paving contractor for 2019. This is from the 2020 capital budget. As you know, right now we have $2 million worth in the capital budget to start the paving work as soon as possible, so it'll be a partial award.
And that's 50 trees in that?
I'm sorry, what did you say? There are no trees in this bid, right? No, because it didn't work out last year, because what happened was, since they normally don't provide trees, when they did say that they were going to put in the trees, they were so much more expensive, so we had to go out and do a whole separate bid for trees,
Right.
and they came back much lower. So we decided not to include the trees in it.
Okay, good.
The next one is the Kings Pond restoration. There were 13 plan holders eligible to bid, and we received 6 bids. The low bid was from Wetlands, Inc. of Saddlebrook, New Jersey, with a quote of $239,184. The low bid submitted a complete bid package, and it's a new firm to the village. It's the final improvements at Kings Pond. The bid is greater than the funds available, so it's a partial award. So the following bid items have been deleted until sufficient funding becomes available. That includes goose netting, installing various trees, a stone dust walking path, the park bench with back, and the backless park benches for a savings of $108,400. So at least we can do a partial award. The next item is the award of contract for the Affordable Housing Administrative Agent. This will be the entity that will help us administer the affordable housing units in each of the multifamily developments, as well as the fact that if there are other affordable housing developments, we can also use the same entity if we wish to. We received 2 proposals. One is from CME Associates, and the other is from Piazza and Associates. The difference is, honestly, is that from what I can see, CME has basically given a full accounting for all of their spending, all of their costs. However, Piazza gave a proposal and then gave us an a la carte menu. So depending on what we use is what we'll pay. The CME did provide a full bid packet. Piazza did, but their insurance was not at the level we wanted. We wanted $2 million. They provided $1 million. So I think that at this time, I don't know if the council would like to interview them to determine which one you think would fit our needs the best, but we do have to get moving on this because this administrative agent has to be part of the marketing plan for the multifamily units, and the one that's almost ready to start marketing has been hounding us to get the name of the administrative agent so that they can include it in their marketing materials. So would you like to interview? Do you want to base it just on these?
Domain for interview, yeah?
Okay, so
Yeah, I think we should interview.
Okay. I mean, it is a professional service. We do have 4, different units that this will cover, so I think it's worthwhile to do so, and you can get a feel for them. So we will try to get that done as soon as possible, and then we'll be able to award a contract hopefully in April. Okay. And I'm also going to see if Piazza can give us, first of all, they have to give us more insurance, but I also think they need to try to give us an idea of a real cost, because more like what CME gave, because otherwise we're not comparing apples to apples at all. The next one is tire purchasing for fleet services. These are both new and recapped tires, so it's under state contract, and one is Kirk's Tire and Auto of Bergenfield, New Jersey, and the other is Hudson Tire Exchange of Hackensack. It's an amount not to exceed $59,000. The next one is awarding a contract under state contract for parts and vehicle maintenance services. This is for various parts needed from various vendors on the New Jersey state contract. And it depends what the item is as to who was awarded the contract. The total is not to exceed $357,000, and it's out of the 2020 operating budget. The next item is the Graydon pool equipment, declaring it surplus property. There are 2 Taylor ice cream machines. The first one was purchased in 2003, and it was used in 2012, and the other one was donated by Parkwood Deli and was used until 2012. The concession stand was privatized, and the concession stand person didn't want to serve ice cream in that way, so therefore it's really just been sitting at Recreation, so it's time for them to get rid of it.
Can't we just keep one of these and
Right,
put
I
it
think
in
we
the
should.
caucus room?
Ice cream meetings.
I just,
Maybe
I
we'll get
mean,
more people to come.
it sounds
Free
kind of
cone.
sad. It's sad.
Free cone to every customer.
Yeah, I don't think we want to surplus this. I think we should keep them.
I don't know that they work. That's the other thing. So,
It doesn't say they don't work.
Yeah, it
Who
doesn't
would
say
test
they
it
don't
out? Plug it in.
all right, the next item is dog waste bags in parks. So as you know, there's been a proposal to have dog waste bag dispensers in several parks. Parks Department employees would fill the dispensers as part of their regular duties. A dog waste bag container would have to be placed next to the dog waste bag dispensers so that dog owners could dispose of their dog waste bags. First and foremost, this is a health concern since the dog waste bags are being placed into a receptacle garbage can, which is only emptied currently on Mondays and Fridays. As the dog waste bags sit in the receptacle, the contents will rot, attract rodents and flies. Radburn and Fairlawn has dispensers paid for by the Radburn Association and garbage cans for the dog waste bags. And I have an employee who, lives nearby, and she says you can smell it before you can see it. The garbage can would have to be clear, according to police department regulations, so the dog waste bags will be clearly visible for all to see as they enter our beautiful parklands. The village places responsibility on our residents to replace sidewalks, to maintain their property, and under Section 105-13 of the Village Code, it requires pet owners to immediately and properly dispose of their pet solid waste, also known as the Pooper Scooper Ordinance. The responsibility to provide a means to dispose of the pet solid waste does not fall on the village, it falls on the pet owner. It's not the role of local government to provide bags for residents and non-residents alike for their dog's waste, as it is taxpayers' dollars that are paying for these bags. On nice days, there may be many dogs in the parks, and the dispensers may run out, especially over a weekend. Dog owners will not be prepared. They'll think the bags are there. They won't be there. And then the dogs will poop on the ground. It will not be picked up by the owner. If the dispensers are always full, the pet owners may not be near a receptacle to throw it out. So they may decide, okay, I want to get rid of the bag, so I'm just going to put it under a bush or, leave it on the side of the field. So at that point, it becomes our Parks Department employees who are already stretched thin to pick up the loose dog poop or discarded dog waste bags. Unfortunately, it's always the few who ruin it for the many. I think that some people will look at this as a free giveaway for them and will no longer purchase bags, and they'll take multiple bags each time that they go to the dispenser, in which case they'll run out more quickly. Our national and state parks have a carry-in, carry-out policy. It's a responsibility of those who go to these parks to carry out all of the items, including dog waste bags that they brought into the parks. There are 1,567 households who own one or more dogs out of 7,452 residential homes and apartments in the village. Therefore, the village will be using taxpayers' dollars to buy bags for dog waste for only 21% of the households during a time when our budget dollars are already stretched. In an informal survey of village employees who own dogs, when I asked their thoughts about this, they unanimously indicated that dog owners have the responsibility to purchase bags to pick up their dog's waste. They know this is their responsibility and do not expect or need these bags to be provided by the village. Many of them indicated that they have small pouches that fit onto their dog's leash. I know my son does, which hold their dog waste bags, which makes it very convenient for them. Many of them also indicated that people will continue to take extra bags, so they will run out quickly, increasing expense for the village. I urge the village council to thoughtfully consider these issues as you make your decision about installing dog waste bag dispensers and providing dog waste bags to any dog owner needing one while walking his/her dog in the village's parks. And actually, I did receive an email today from one of our residents, and this came to me. I was surprised to see it, actually. It was unprompted. It says, I'm a village resident of 30 years. I've had multiple dogs over the years. I regularly walk my dogs and, of course, clean up after them. I'm against the village supplying poop bags in our parks. Owners should be responsible and bring their own bags. I'm also concerned that this would encourage waste to be thrown out in public garbage cans that are usually only emptied twice a week. This would not only be unsanitary, it would also smell unpleasant. Final point, we have banned single-use shopping bags. Why would we now encourage the use of plastic bags? So I just wanted to give you that information, and now it's up for discussion.
All right. Comments?
I have a few comments.
Yeah, I don't know. I might just leave this one alone.
So, my understanding was that having the bags there would be for the odd moment when somebody didn't bring a bag with them, so that it wasn't left on the ground, and that there would be the ability for somebody to say, oh, there's a bag. I as a dog owner myself with 2 dogs, I wouldn't assume that it's always going to be the village maintaining the dog bags when I take my dog for a walk. That I have the leash that's got the little thing on it with the baggies in it too, but that the idea was that it would be available for somebody that either forgot it or, there was an instance where they, for whatever reason, needed an extra bag. Maybe they only had 1 bag with them, and
Doggy went twice, puppy.
yeah, something happened. There was an occurrence.
Heather, what's the fine for illegal dumping?
I don't think there's a step fine. It's probably, and the thing is, too, is you have to have proof in order to write the ticket, so it's going to be a resident writing one against another resident.
So let me just, I just have to ask a question. So presently,
we have not.
Presently, our trash cans are clear.
Correct.
And the folks see empty cups and straws and McDonald's trash and diapers and a whole bunch of stuff. And I think that some of us were, as a village council, I think when the clear containers were installed, I think we were collectively horrified. Mm-hmm. So nonetheless, those are clear, and we see through them, and we see all this other stuff, but somehow a green bag filled with just a ball of excrement is somehow now offensive, given that we're looking at the wrappers and the diapers and the cups and the garbage and the trash, that somehow that rises to offensive. And
I just think that it's going to be more likely to rot and smell because it is excrement.
So the
people
diapers,
are putting them in the garbage already.
Right, and that was my next question. But people go to the park already. Actually, they go downtown, they walk their dogs do their business, they collect it, and they put it in the trash cans. I actually saw a woman one day. I was driving, and I was making a right onto South Pleasant by Wasabi, by the dry cleaner, and somebody had walked their dog, and they picked up the dog stuff. They didn't take it with them. They put it in the garbage can closest to the dry cleaner. So people do that all the time. They put it in people's garbage cans that are in the front by their sidewalk. That's what people do. They get rid of it. And so I think that folks are doing it already. They are doing it. And, animals, wild animals are out in the park, and they're doing their business too. I
can't believe we're having this conversation. But
and the other thing, as a former dog owner, until poor Barney passed away in 2015, we also walked with a little bag that had like a connector to the leash, that we had the little bags with us. But I agree. I think that people will use them occasionally.
So just 2 questions, Heather. Do we have an estimate of what the cost would be? Because there was a mention of using revenue to purchase these. Was there any number provided as to what the cost would be?
No.
And there's nothing preventing a dog owner from bringing a bag from home, picking up after the dog, and dumping it into a receptacle today? There's no ordinance.
No, we don't have an ordinance against that. But I think the other thing is that I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman Walsh, but I don't know how you prevent people from just saying, I'm not going to buy bags anymore because I know the parks have them.
Well, you don't. I mean,
Yeah.
you publicize it just like you would do anything else and say the intent is if you forget your bag, like we're not going to be supplying them so that you don't have to supply bags for your animal. The idea is that if you're caught, you know, and yeah, it does happen. I have 2 dogs. I can walk them and they can go and you use your bag and then one, you know, has a second round and, you know, if you don't have a bag with you, what are you going to do?
I mean, it can absolutely happen, I agree, but we certainly can't prevent it from happening, from people taking more than one or two.
But I think for us now, permitting this, that, you know,
Any
not
interest,
rocket science.
Any interest from the chamber, maybe approaching some of the dog
well, I did
businesses?
mention to a resident that maybe a Girl Scout might want to do it for either a
Or
silver
sponsorship,
or a
maybe,
gold
you
award.
know.
And
Yeah, a good Eagle Scout project too. There you go.
There you go.
We can get a whole.
As long as it continues after they leave Ridgewood, that they'd have to get like a group that would say, we'll continue to do it, because otherwise, once they graduate and leave Ridgewood, it falls back on the village.
Part of the Eagle Scout project.
You know,
we gotta
let me
raise
just,
the money for
let me
the
just,
bags.
let's take another look at this. Let's say someone's dog just runs away and kind of decides to go frolic in the park. It's just kind of running around and, you know, hanging out, and then it stops and it says, okay, I got to do this, and then it takes off. Who's cleaning that? If it's
Parks
outside,
Department.
who cleans it? Parks. So isn't it better for us to say, you know, and folks, you know, if I walk through Stevens, I see sometimes there's somebody back there with a Frisbee or a ball, and they're throwing it to the dog, and I don't know that they're necessarily that conscientious and that they necessarily do clean up after their animal, but somebody still has to clean it. Isn't it better that we encourage people, because people are going to walk their dogs and not bother, but isn't this an encouragement to do the right thing? Isn't this giving them an option to do the right thing? People like Bernadette, like myself, will always have bags with us, but there are people that just won't. But at least maybe they'll stop and say, okay, there's a bag, let me just clean up after Fido.
But again, every dog owner I spoke to said it's their responsibility and not something that the village should provide.
I don't think anyone's saying it's not a dog owner's responsibility to be responsible and bring a bag and clean up. I think what Councilwoman Walsh is saying is that, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we just have to decide whether or not we think this is a viable project and whether or not.
I think we start with the cost. What is the cost? I mean, we're talking about, will it require installing of a pole? We have no numbers. I mean, I was hoping we have something to kind of consider, other than having a philosophical discussion as to how people are going to treat the dog poop. I just don't.
So evidently, I did reach out for the gentleman that came before us and said that they were going to do that, and I guess I never received a response from him, so I'm going to follow up on that. But I let's see if they're interested.
If it's anything similar to the park course that we installed, you basically have a pole, they sell the pole, you dig the hole, you put your cement in, you put the pole in, and you're good to go a day later.
Put the bag in,
put the little thing like a birdhouse.
Some of them are actually kind of nice, and they're low profile. You don't even know they're there.
Yeah, I could see how there might be like a smell issue, because if there's several garbage receptacles in let's say Betts Field, and maybe once in a while you get a few random bags of poop, it's not really going to make that much difference in the whole grand scheme of the garbage situation. But if you have one central collection point where people are sort of like directed to put it, now it's all piling up, and it could get kind of offensive quick, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, well, in the summer when it's hot out, we don't collect the garbage, the trash on the weekends, right?
Right, we don't.
So, I mean, I guess I agree with Ramon. I think we just have to see what the cost is and first and figure that out, and then.
How do we figure out the number of bags that we need to order? Because obviously we can look at Amazon or whatever.
You'll look at the container, and we'll know how many it takes to fill it, and then we'll, proceed from there. I mean, look, there's not like there's 1,000 dogs out there a day. I mean, you know, do we even know how many, for argument's sake, for right outside here, do we know?
There are a lot every day, right now even, because it's been warm.
Right, well, right now in the dark, they could be, you know.
I'm not saying in the dark, I'm saying during this time of year.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, we'll find out, and maybe you can work with me to figure out how many bags you would estimate in a year we would use, because I would have no idea how to estimate that. And, you know, and then I guess when we're out of bags, we're out of bags. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Next item is liquor license transfer. This is the Elks Club to John Steingraber, trading as Signature Cocktails. The Elks Club, as you know, is a pocket liquor license, which means it has no license premise. This is a person-to-person and place-to-place transfer. They'll be citing the license at 2-4 Garber Square. They pay the appropriate fees, and the police chief has indicated that the background check has been completed and the police department approves of this transfer. So we'll put that on to the March 11th meeting. The next item is authorizing and accepting execution of a Bergen County grant for permanent lighting at Maple Park. This is, again, you know, Musco Lighting is the vendor, and this is LED lighting, removing the environmental challenges of the portable light towers. The funding for this project will be through a Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund matching grant of $145,000 to be matched by the Village of Ridgewood capital budget of $145,000 and $140,000 donation from the Ridgewood Youth Sports Groups. So the total price will not exceed $430,000. This resolution would accept the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund grant of $145,000. I know you had asked for the breakdown. This will be another resolution we'll do, which is to accept the donation of the $140,000. Maroon Soccer is providing $54,000. Ridgewood Lacrosse Association, $42,000. Ridgewood Soccer Association, $30,000. Ridgewood Baseball Softball Association, $7,000. And Ridgewood Junior Football will provide $7,000. But that'll be in the separate resolution for the acceptance of the donation. So, and then the last item is next week's meeting. We have 2 proclamations proclaiming March Red Cross Month and proclaiming March Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. We have the budget introduction, including the introduction of the cap bank ordinance, approving temporary water utility capital budget, approving temporary general capital budget, and then setting the hearing date for April 15th, 2020. We have a bond ordinance for the water utility capital. We have amending Chapter 145 fees for water volume rates, amend Chapter 145 fees for Ridgewood water utility fees, and amended Chapter 269 for water service connections. We have no public hearings for Ridgewood Water. The resolutions for Ridgewood Water, including award a contract for the trolley gate repair at Wharton Dyke facility, award contract public communications consultant, award contract landscaping services, establishing interest rates for delinquent payments, and setting a grace period for payment of water utility bills, and accepting Ridgewood Water annual maintenance fee. The introduction of ordinances includes a bond ordinance for the lighting for Maple Park Field, the general capital bond ordinance, which we decided on tonight, the amending Chapter 265 vehicles and traffic for parking. Well, the parking we'll see, maybe. Parking in Station Plaza after 12 noon, and it would also be Chestnut, but we may put that off. And then amending vehicles and traffic for the 15-minute parking spaces on West Ridgewood Avenue, and then amending the single-use plastic bag ordinance for the enforcement. Public hearings, bond ordinance, paving of South Broad Street, paving of Spring Avenue is another bond ordinance, and then amending Chapter 190 land use and development, winter door enclosures, timeframe allowed. Resolutions, endorse submission of recycling tonnage grant. This is an annual resolution. Appoint tax assessor. We already did this. We sent the resolution. I actually wrote it in accordance with our former tax assessor's recommendations. When I sent it into the state, unfortunately, they changed the way that they want it done. So this is just to correct it. It's not that he's not appointed. We just need to correct the wording according to what they want. Award contract purchase of tires, Title 59 approval and award of contract for road resurfacing, Title 59 approval and award of contract for Kings Pond restoration, award contract under state contract, purchase of diesel fuel and gasoline, award contract under state contract, purchase of manholes, catch basin frames and grates, or contract under state contract, parts and vehicle maintenance services, or a professional services contract for Zabriskie Shedler House Phase 2 revised, which is for grant writing, award professional services contract. We can't do this yet. Administrative agent will wait on that one. Establishing the interest rate for non-payment of taxes and assessments and setting a grace period. Establish interest rate for non-payment of other municipal liens and setting a due date. Establishing interest rates for delinquent payments for significant sewer discharge bills for 2020. Extending the sublease agreement of 4345 Hudson Street for Epic Management. Authorizing a tax appeal, which we're going to discuss in refund, which we're going to discuss in closed. Accepting donation from sports groups, permanent lighting at Maple Park Field. Accept and authorize execution of grant agreement, permanent lighting at Maple Park Field. Declaring property surplus for grade and pool equipment. And approve person-to-person, place-to-place liquor license transfer. Elks Club to Signature Cocktails, LLC. Did you want any of those off the consent agenda?
No, but I have a question. On 3788, the bond ordinance,
Yeah.
did we ever resolve that question of how much we're bonding?
Yes. What Bob said is that we would have to put the full amount in the, on the ordinance itself, the total amount, but within the ordinance, it will indicate that it's 140,000 or whatever it is from the sports groups. So it will indicate that that's what's funding it. So the amount that we would go to borrow would be 140,000 less, and also less the grant as well. But he said the overall ordinance has to be the total amount, because that's for auditing purposes and for realizing how much debt is being incurred, even though it's not completely our debt. He said that would be the way we would have to do it.
So, I think I didn't hear the one piece of it.
Okay.
So we're bonding the full 450.
Right, but then within the ordinance itself, it'll state that X amount of dollars is coming from the sports groups and X amount of dollars is coming from the
So my question
Go ahead.
is, if the sports groups are giving us $140,000,
He said that we would still have to put it in there. That's what he said, and it may be state regulation. I'll have him get in touch with you.
So is there an accompanying resolution to accept the gift?
Yes,
then?
I have that.
Okay.
Yeah, there is one on there.
But that's already in there.
Yeah, there.
So I think my question is, if somebody's giving us $140,000 cash, why would we include the $140,000 in a bond and pay for that?
But we're not going to pay for it. We're not going to pay for it because we're not authorizing the appropriation. We're just authorizing the appropriation, not the spending of it. So I'll have him contact you.
Right. So you could authorize, theoretically, you could authorize a $100 million bond ordinance and then only actually spend $10,000 of that bond ordinance,
Right.
and then either cancel it, never spend it, or if
Correct.
somebody else donates all the rest of the money, then it all gets X'd out.
Well,
so you never pay
I'll have
interest
him
on
call
the
you,
money
Susan.
spend.
I understand that. I just don't understand why we're putting it in there.
It may be-
I guess he can answer. I guess
He
I'll
can.
ask.
He can.
Right. So we're good?
Okay.
I'll go back to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
Good evening,
Good
Ann
evening.
Loving, 342 South Irving Street. First of all, I want to thank this council for passing the ordinance that allows licensed dogs to be in all the parks. I really appreciate it. In terms of the discussion about the poop bags, as Councilwoman Walsh said, the Girl Scouts may be able to manage it. At least one family that owns dogs has already offered to donate to this project. So, and maybe that guy, Mr. Ball, and his group will too. The cost is minimal. I had looked it up before when I first asked about it. I mean, the cost of installing a few containers, they were as low as $60, maybe up to $120 or so. The bags can be biodegradable, so it's not like this is in contradiction to the plastic bag ordinance. Poop bags are commonly biodegradable now. The thing about the garbage cans all over town have poopy bags in them all the time. People aren't going to the park and walking for an hour and carrying the dog doo around with them. I don't think there's a law saying that you're not allowed to put it in the garbage cans. So they're in there. I mean, we walk every day at Vetsfield, and in every one of the many, many garbage cans, you'll see a couple of, clearly what are poop bags. That's just the way it goes. Every town that I'm familiar with has these dispensers. As Councilwoman Walsh said, this wouldn't be something that dog owners would depend on. Like the deputy mayor said, dog owners carry bags with them. It would just be as a courtesy. If your dog, had a second round and you didn't have an extra bag, it happens, Or also as a gentle reminder to the occasional person who might not have brought bags and just was going to try to sneak away with it. The thought that somebody's going to walk in and start stealing batches of bags doesn't make sense to me any more than if somebody goes to the public bathrooms out here at Vetsfield, are they stealing rolls of toilet paper? I mean, probably somebody is, but I don't think that's an argument against this. I think this is a sanitary plus, not a sanitary minus, and I really appreciate that you're considering it. And before you rule it out, find out the cost. I'm glad you're going to do that, and I'm pretty sure there will be funding. And as far as any time involved in the occasional reloading of them, I'm estimating maybe 30 seconds to open it up and put a roll of bags in. I don't think that's going to be a big added burden on the Parks Department. Thank you.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd also like to thank this council for passing the ordinance that now permits my wife and I to walk our dog around Vetsfield. I have to say that I've been going to council meetings regularly since the year 2000. I have never heard a manager give preceding comments to a discussion as negative as the comments were this evening. I am outraged by them. I am personally offended as a dog owner that there was nothing but negative comments about why this wouldn't work. My wife has already described how this could work. We see them in other municipalities. To me, this is absolutely outrageous that this went on, and I'm going to Oprah those remarks, and I'm going to publish them. Thank you.
Any more comments? All right, we'll close public comments. We'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on March 4th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter, as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. And be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include tax appeal. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.
That was so loud. Where? Really? It's just a virus, though. I don't. Everybody's like getting crazy.